Starting in 1 minute, please join the hall. Oh, wow, okay. So let's start with the second part of day one of Spinoff conference. For me, it's a great pleasure to invite our host of this panel, this keynote. This is Monika Manova, who will introduce our keynote, and she's quite amazing, so I can't wait.
Yeah, so I already said a bit of the intro earlier. Christina is the founder and chair of the European Digital Innovations Hub for Agriculture in Lithuania, which is one of the largest and most interesting digital innovation hubs in Europe. It has quite a lot of success stories with regard to the Horizon Europe program, which is quite important for us. And it is an example of how we can be able to scale beyond the local geography. And also, Christina is not only a founder, she is a cluster manager of the year for 2022, and an absolute example for women in agri-tech and deep intelligence. Thank you very much, Christina, for being so patient and for being with us. It's time for your keynote.
Thank you, Monica, so much. Thank you for such a great introduction. First of all, I should say that I'm very, very sorry that I'm not participating today live with everyone, but at least I have an honor to speak and introduce some what we actually do, on what kind of initiatives I'm working. And since I have quite little time to introduce everything, I'm very open to networking. And if you will hear that my ideas are interesting to you, I'm always welcome to speak and to work on different initiatives together. I'm trying to share my presentation. If you could make it possible.
Just a second, it should be possible in a moment. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. Well, that's technology, you know.
Yes.
I can say right away that in many cases, of course, digitalization and moving towards Green Deal goals, it looks on the paper quite easy, but when we see it in real life, the digitalization challenges, and I see it every day, to tell you the truth, because we work with the whole food value chain. So when implementing innovations, when implementing digitalization, we always find that the technology does not solve. It helps, but it does not solve everything. So once again,
you should be able
thank
to
you
share
for.
now. Yeah.
Yes. Do you see my presentation?
No, we don't see it. Just yeah.
Now, because I'm sharing. Do you see now maybe when I'm changing the slides?
Yes, we just saw it there for a second.
But
yeah.
But it went. Do you see it now?
It's shareable, but it is on a very small screen. Christina, maybe we can take it directly into a conversation with me. I will be very interested to hear from you about. Yeah, we can see the presentation now. We can see it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So I can continue. So, okay, now it seems all the technical problems are solved. I continue. And once again, thank you so much, Monica, for this invitation. So I hope I can bring some value. So as Monica mentioned, I'm going to introduce very briefly myself and my organization to the ones who probably never heard about me and my organization. So I'm Agri-Food Lithuania, CEO, and also as Monica has mentioned, I have had a huge honor and was trusted with the title of European Cluster Manager of the Year, actually last autumn, by the European Commission and Clusters community. So my organization, Agri-Food Lithuania, I always say we have 3 hats. That's a cluster, digital innovation hub. Now we are also part of European Digital Innovation Hub, and also we are representing the largest innovative food community in Europe, that's EAT Food, and we are EAT Food Hub in Lithuania. And as a main competences, so what our organization holds, that we work with the technologies, of course, with the implementing of different technologies, with the innovative solutions, and under our umbrella, we have associations, we have other clusters, we have academia, we have governmental organizations. So on one side, we have organizations which are interested in implementing different technology in the agri-food sector. And on the other side, we have companies who actually are producing those innovations. And Lithuania can offer quite many different digital solutions for the agri-food sector. Just very briefly, we are very active not only on our national level, but of course on EU also. We participate in many consortiums in different type of scales of Horizon projects and other initiatives. And just these are the few examples in what kind of organizations we are participated. As I mentioned before, we were recognized as one of the practice examples, sectorial practice, good practice examples as a state-of-art digital innovation hub in the whole Europe in the agri-food sector. Also, we were recognized and funded by our Innovation and Economy Ministry of Republic of Lithuania. We were only one of 4 DIGs funded on that type of initiative, and we have just become European Digital Innovation Hubs, concentrating with the priority in energy and agri-food sector. So in total, there are only 35 European Digital Innovation Hubs in the whole Europe, which are concentrating actually in the agri-food sector. And when I'm getting asked if I'm working only in the agri-food sector, so it's no. I'm also CEO of Lithuanian Clusters Network. So my experience is very much on this cross-sectorial basis, and many initiatives, what we do actually is based on cross-sectorial collaboration. Just very briefly, as a digital innovation hub, European Digital Innovation Hub and Cluster, we concentrate on 4 types of services. I was very glad to see that your conference, your info day is organized by at least 2 clusters and also governmental organizations. And that's a big applause. That means that clusters are really implementing innovations and bringing new waves, new ecosystems into the play in whole Europe. So those 4 types of services include test before invest, supporting for the investments, and in this case, that's start-based ecosystems, building the startup-based ecosystem, building new accelerators, working towards regional development and implementing innovations on regional scales. Then skills and training, that's working mostly with the academia and creating new programs which are needed not only for the youth, but also for the upskilling and reskilling in many cases, and of course, innovation ecosystem building and networking. And those 3 types of organizations, even though they're separate, if we look on the EU scale, digital innovation hubs, European digital innovation hubs and clusters, but they have so much in common. So that's why I'm putting all those 3 organizations in one place. If we look just straight, what is eDigs and DIG? That's very simple, how it's underlined in the Digital Europe program. It's a one-stop shop for transformation of the sectors, transformation towards digital, or in other words, to digitalize our sector. So it doesn't matter which sector we are talking about. Digital Innovation Hub is bringing its role into the digitalization. But right now, on the scale of the whole EU, each member state has their own European Digital Innovation Hubs with the fundings and working directly, depends what kind of priorities they have set up for themselves, but working directly with the digitalization of the industry. And then again, clusters. They integrate each, like I say, each type of the different communities in the ecosystem. So they work directly with academia, they work with research, and of course their primary contact with the SMEs, which is very important. Doesn't matter what kind of projects or initiatives we do, by the end of the day, it comes to the SMEs, that we bring value to the SMEs and what kind of value could be achieved through the working with them. So clusters is really the main tool, as I see it, in help to digitalize different industries, and then again to help with the Green Deal goals. And of course, they know the best their members. They know the best what kind of challenges their members are being faced with, and what is needed for the members in order to transform, which is very, very important. And again, they have the connection with the consumers, they have the connection with the governmental organizations, so they act as this orchestrator, I could say, working with the different types of the communities in the ecosystems and then connecting everyone together. And here comes very good opportunity for clusters, European digital innovation hubs, and again, digital innovation hubs to work together. I'm actually right now participating in one of the European Commission's initiatives that we are working on the paper, official paper, which is gonna come out very soon, on how digital innovation hubs, European digital innovation hubs, clusters, EEN network, business networks, the European business networks can collaborate actually together in order to bring more value. Because in many cases we notice that we have those different initiatives, but we do not connect the dots, I like was saying. Dots need to be connected in order to achieve bigger impact, to have to have more KPIs reached, and especially digs, edicts, and clusters, they connect so good together because in many cases they have very similar services. So in this case, any initiatives, if combined, they can bring even bigger value and of course impact. So this is just the example. If we take our innovation ecosystems, and it doesn't matter whether it's agri-food sector or any other sectors, what we are talking right now in Europe, that's depopulation in the region. And even in Lithuania, being as a very small country, we still have the population in the regions, and our primary, one of the primary, of course, priorities and goals is to have startups coming back to the regions, to have youth coming back, to have women actually joining more for the agri-food and other, of course, sectors, and involving themselves in entrepreneurship. And this is just an example that I drew that just look for a second how many different stakeholders we already have playing in the field of innovation. So coming from clusters, digs, edicts, EN, this is just one line. And then look at all other different types and groups which are already also working and having their own initiatives on the different scales and different and creating different ecosystems. So in order to implement the innovations into the regions especially, so we need to unite all those organizations to work together towards this initiative. Then we need to build on what? On infrastructure, which is of course is needed. We need to bring back youth and women. By the way, it's official, it has been done, the research on the EU level, that in order to revive regions and to build new innovation ecosystems, actually we need women and youth as one of the key factors. It's
yes, Christina, I really need to cut you short because we have a couple of startups to present out here, I believe, but I'm really grateful for your input, and I'm so grateful for your patience. And just a very quick question, we'll be able to collaborate more in the future, correct? I know that you have established quite good connections with the Bulgarian EDAH on agriculture, and you're coming to Bulgaria next month, which I'm quite looking forward to. And yes, what would you say about potential future collaborations with Bulgarians and with all of us out here, the entire ecosystem?
Of course, the direct, I can say right away, there is this initiative, Regional Innovation Valleys. Probably many of you maybe already heard about that, which involves the different, it could be involved the DEHs, European Digital Innovation Hubs, and primary governmental innovation agencies should be involved. So I see very good point in the collaboration together and to build, of course, together startup-based innovative ecosystems. So that's one of the primary goals for the sustainable economy for the future in EU.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Christina. You have been amazing. I absolutely love you, and I look forward to seeing you in person next month. Wishing you a lovely day.
Have a great conference. Have a great conference. Bye-bye.
always great females with such achievement and such good explanation of their working. It's always pleasure for me. So, are you ready for the spin-offs? I don't hear you. No, I don't hear you. Are you ready for the spin-offs? Come on, it's Spin-Off Bulgaria. Be serious. Okay. I think it's time to invite on stage Emil Shekerdzijski. Emil? Outside, okay, ask him. Meanwhile, Emil Shekerdzijski will be actually the moderator of this panel because he's a very special person for me. Together, on this stage, 3 years ago, we created an amazing event which is called Pitch to Pitch. Imagine companies which are pitching only for 1 minute in front of 5 investors, and trust me, it's scary. But in 3 years, we created a very strong ecosystem and very strong innovator groups which are already pass through their knowledge. So it's an amazing initiative. Till we find our moderator, I will invite on stage Dr. Nikolay Vasev from Epix.AI. Big applause for him. Yeah, I see the moderator. Please join us also. This is Emil Shekerdzijski. Big applause for him also. I want to invite, of course, Georgi Kadrev, who is from co-founder and CEO of Imagga Technology, and Kelvin held. Big applause for him. Georgi Trankov, CFO of Barin Sport. Big applause. Murad Redzheb, PhD founder and CEO of MatriChem. So big applause. Trust me, those companies are actually the thing that we understand from Spinoff. I promise you that all the morning we're hearing different, terminology, what is it? But I think by showing, we will understand more. So, Emil, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Christina and Dimitar, for the wonderful organization. I think we should do it as often as possible. It's the proof of concept is already shown. This panel will be divided into two. Maybe Christina showed, but I'll share anyway. The first part is dedicated to Bulgarian startups and spin-offs. The second will be for foreign ones. We'll dedicate 40 minutes for the first one and 20 minutes for the second one. The stage will be yours. On the first stage, please give a couple of minutes intro about your company. You can start.
Hello, my name is Murad Redzheb. About my company, what we are doing is we're solving the problem of basically relying too much on other people and animals dying in order to make sure that our health and well-being is maintained and improved. What I mean is you can imagine when someone's organ is failing, we need to find a donor, and usually what we do is we wait for someone else to pass away. So this is on the one hand, and on the other hand, when we are creating a new drug, new cutting-edge drug, we need to perform a lot of tests on animals. And these animals, you know what testing on animals usually means. So one solution for that is bioprinting. So basically at MatriChem, what we are doing is developing these tissue-specific bioinks, these really crucial secret sauce, if you will, how to create functioning organs in the lab, and then use it for two types of main applications. So one would be to implant it into patients, while the other one would be to use these artificially created organs in the lab to perform these tests, for instance, of new drugs, instead of on animals and humans, to perform it in the lab. That's in short. Thanks.
Hello, everybody. Wait, I think he deserves a clap.
Yes, he does. Hello, everybody. My name is Nikolay Vasev, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of Epix.AI. At our company, what we do is we combine epigenetics with AI, And together with input from your physical activity and geolocation, we help you prevent the development of age-related diseases so that we can extend your health span and you can ultimately live longer and healthier lives. In our company, what we seek to achieve is to offer an epigenetic test that gives you two things. One is your biological age. Your biological age is different from your chronological age. Your biological age actually shows you the true condition of your cells and tissues. It very much depends on your lifestyle, how you feed yourself, how physically active you are, what's the environment that you live in, how stressed are you, how is your sleep, and a myriad of other factors. And we want to base our application on biological age as opposed to chronological age, because you could be 25, but if you have candy for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you can be pretty sure that very soon you're going to have prediabetes or diabetes. So on the one side, we work with biological age, and on the other side, we want to estimate and to ascertain your personal risk of age-related diseases. All of us are carrying harmful genes in our genome. Depending on our lifestyle, these genes can be turned on or off. That is, we can stave off the risk for a longer period of time if we're being good. And at Epix.AI, we are trying to establish what's the level of activation of these genes and what are the steps that you can take to avoid their full activation and the development of these diseases. So that's basically what we do.
Very interesting, bro.
Thank you.
Hello, it's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm Georgi from Kelvin Health. Kelvin Health is actually a spin-out from another company called Imagga that has been a pioneer in the image recognition space for more than 13 years now. So what's the mission of Kelvin Health? We make very accessible diagnostics to achieve a status where a lot of preventable diseases are actually prevented. So the suffering and death from conditions like limb ischemia, breast cancer, rheumatoid arthritis eventually can be saved or reduced to a huge extent if we have a very accessible way for diagnostics. And the current status in practically any healthcare system, no matter how developed is the economy of the country or the logistics of the country, preventive screening is not accessible at all. Even in the hands of a specialist or in the hands of a primary care professional or in the hands of the patients themselves, if we have something that is non-invasive and can give a pretty good accessible way to screen ourselves or to monitor ourselves before or after therapy eventually, the better the outcomes for the patient. So we basically combine our long-lasting experience in artificial intelligence with the accessibility of thermal hardware. Actually, we use a mobile thermal camera, as big as this, attached to your phone that can, based on the temperature of the body, detect various types of anomalies. And because of the way how human body functions, you have a bidirectional connection between your temperature and vascular supply. And if there are anomalies in the vascular supply, this might be either a problem with the vascular system itself, some type of oncology that increases vascular supply in the local vicinity of the tumor. It can be a spasm like throwing a kidney stone, or it can be very trivially, but sometimes dangerous, an inflammation. So based on coupling of this AI, thermography, and medical science, we are currently developing Kelvin Health. It's in a pre-regulatory approval state, but we already have more than 850 patients that have been examined for vascular problems, the so-called peripheral vascular or arterial disease, and currently on our way to make this an official regulated medical device, both with the CE marking and the FDA approval.
Best of luck.
Good afternoon to the audience. Sorry for the lack of voice. I'm trying to be much more explainable. I'm Georgi Trankov from Barin Sports. We have created a unique system in the field of electronic performance tracking systems for professional athletes. So we are positioned the professional athlete in the middle for 360 degrees full insights and tracking all conditions of these athletes. So we are a unique mix between hardware and software. We're using all kind of full high-end technologies in terms of sensors, microelectronics, and etc., while the software part is dedicated to algorithms and AI that can actually perform like data acquisitors of all the collected data. So our goal is to give the perfect and the best possible insights and directions to the coaching staff to take the best possible decisions for the professional athletes. We are proud to be part of performance department of the Bulgarian national team, football national team, we are trying to develop our system and get abroad with the product that we have already implemented. So, yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much for introducing yourself. It's extremely interesting for me, and I'm sure for everybody else. I will now focus the question around the spin-off. I will not address them to each one of you, so feel free to join any question you wish to add on. So the first question is, for the success of the spin-off, how important is the cross-disciplinary collaboration? What can you give example from your diversity, expertise? How can it help?
Yeah, I'm just going to go first. So in our team, we have the distinct honor of working with Professor Milena Georgieva from the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. She is probably the leading expert in epigenetics in Bulgaria and much of Europe. She is a noted TEDx speaker who's very versed in explaining the issues of epigenetics and the mechanisms that underlie the science in a very comprehensive and understandable language to a broad audience. She has over 100 peer-reviewed published papers all over the world, really. So she is absolutely indispensable to our operations, but she's only one half of the equation. The other half are our machine learning engineers, the team that does the AI in our company, who are really extraordinary people. Our CTO, Ivan Tsenov, and our Chief Data Officer, Dr. Matthew Ivanov, who is also a PhD. In our team, we are a total of 7 people. 6 of us are PhDs. Something that I'm very proud of, very happy with. So you can see that there is a very interesting conflation of talents and expertise on the one side in terms of AI, but also in terms of science and epigenetics. If we didn't have that, Epix.AI is just impossible. You can't really work without the mixture of talents and expertise. Professor Milena Georgieva still is very active in the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences, so she's a true academic, whereas on the other side, the guys in the AI team are part of a company that I'm also part of called Anthill. So they really bring empirical experience from the world of AI and machine learning engineering, prompt engineering, computer vision, and many other fields that they're active in. And you can see really the combination of these talents is best exemplified in Epix.AI. So I would say that it's absolutely indispensable.
So if I may add, actually, I wouldn't say it's necessary. I would say it's natural, typically. And what I mean is that, for example, for us, we've been very focused on building a pure technology company just in the field of image recognition AI for many years. And the actual reason to spin Kelvin Health out was that it's not anymore solely or entirely in this discipline of image recognition. So the fact that this is something in a different space, in this particular case in medical diagnostics, by definition makes it a cross-disciplinary project. From a pure business point of view, I think that it's important to have this, because typically you get the best of both worlds, and you have the chance to solve many problems that hasn't been solved in a specific domain just because those people didn't have the experience. Let's say the IT guys never think of how their technology can be used for diagnostics, and the people in medical diagnostics haven't been aware that sometimes things are possible. So in our case, this was the initial ignition and inception of the idea that somebody has recognized that actually those things can be combined. So in our case, as I said, it's more natural rather than required thing. As I said, I do believe that it's very good from a business point of view because it creates a lot of undiscovered opportunities. But of course, for us in this particular space and situation, the presence of our medical team and the inclusion of Professor Dimitrov and Associate Professor Zoran Stankov has been very instrumental. Also our participation in the Digital Health and Innovation Cluster Bulgaria as well, and all the support from the Biotech Cluster as well. These have been very instrumental to be able to progress and to develop, especially in the areas that we don't have previous experience
We'll develop the network question one more time. I would like you to join back on this question
we'll
as
do.
well.
I would say that the interdisciplinary departments is the nature of the successful spin-off. So I would say that we have to put in the middle the human resources that can be used in different departments of the parent company, actually. So, for example, Barin Sports' successful spin-off from SmartCom with different kind of experts in terms of nanotechnology, microelectromechanics, AI, embedded systems, and of course, cloud computing. So I would say that this is actually the key element of the successful spin-off by nature.
I would second actually the fact that indeed it seems to me that in biotech it's kind of obvious. The colleagues here use the words natural, indispensable to explain the fact that cross-disciplinary collaboration is really key. Me personally, when looking at this question, actually, I would share one of our ambitions, one of our goals, which, let's say, it's quite humble one, and that is we really want to create a new industry in Bulgaria, right? We want to create this bioprinting tissue engineering industry, and for that we need to go beyond MatriChem. So we need to go really, we need to make sure that there is this buzzword, let's call it ecosystem, but really it's about the industry. And that includes key players other than MatriChem. MatriChem is just one piece of the whole puzzle, which is, like I mentioned, we are creating this, what we see as a key ingredient of creating these functional tissues. But what we really need additionally are engineers, so mechanical engineers, software engineers, biotech engineers, and biomedical experts, medical experts, immunologists. And this is really, this is what the industry would be. So basically, MatriChem, without all of these other players, even if we were like the best, we would probably not be able to scale efficiently, to develop, validate our products as quickly or effectively. So this is really one of our goals, and we are happy that we received the support of the National Innovation Fund at the end of last year in a consortium with Medical University of Plovdiv with the lead of Professor Sarafyan, and one more startup which is developing and producing 3D printers in Bulgaria. I should mention this is quite strong. There is quite strong DIY community of 3D enthusiasts, 3D printing
Again,
enthusiasts.
we will refer to this question one more time again, so both of you are invited.
So, so in this consortium, we received the support of really this innovation fund, and now we are developing this treatment, this implant for osteoarthritis, basically cartilage, bioprinted cartilage implant. So yeah, it's critical to have this, I would call it this, in this case, collaboration. Basically collaborating with quite a wide expertise of experts.
Thank you. Okay, the next question about the challenges. What challenges have you faced while you're growing your company, your spin-off especially? There are so many challenges. Challenges while growing the spin-off.
Maybe I can start, because there are, I imagine we will hear a lot of challenges actually, and we are at MatriChem are facing quite a lot of challenges. even on a daily basis. But I would like to mention a couple of them that are quite important for our activities and even for the quality of the products that we are developing and the validation, basically, of these products. So, for instance, one of them, again, in the context of creating an industry, I would imagine it's also the case for anyone trying to create a physical product, but the supply chain is one crucial aspect, actually, of really being able to deliver reliably with a suitable quality a new product. And this, like I said, we are creating a new product. So in our case, the challenge was to really find this, to create, if you will, this supply chain, reliable supply chain for the raw materials of our bioinks. So that would be animal byproducts in this case, and it's really difficult actually to find sources which are compliant with all the regulations, with suitable good practices, and so on. So this, we managed to solve this with insisting really on quality and insisting on compliance. This is one big challenge that we had, and we're happy to we are happy in this case that by solving this, we also became the first lab in Bulgaria who created. The first company in Bulgaria who created this lab, who is now certified to work with animal byproducts to create these bioinks, basically, specifically for bioinks. That's not the only application. And the other one, which I would mention, is because now we're talking about spin-offs. I'm looking at it a little bit more from academic perspective. I see that we have separated ourselves here from company and academic source, kind of, if you will. For academic spin-offs, what we have found is quite crucial is that we managed to have really sufficient number of academic partnerships so that we can get the support for both the development and the validation of our products. And unfortunately, what we find quite challenging is actually that we find it's difficult for us to find partners who are willing or capable of following good laboratory practices. Unfortunately, this is the case, and I just want to clarify, actually. What I mean by this is because this is very, very well defined, regulated thing. So GLP, good laboratory practices, is not just you clean your beaker when you're done, but it's a layer of administrative, and not only, but certain practices, which majority of laboratories in Bulgaria actually do not follow, and some of them do not want to follow. So that's, but still, like I mentioned, we work with Medical University of Plovdiv, so the biomedical people, they are closer to GLP because they are really, if they want to bring a product to the market, they have to follow this by law.
Guys, do you share the same opinion?
I would be very brief, or I'll try to. I think there are two main challenges from our perspective. The first one is the market and the network, because you already have an existing network somewhere, but almost by definition, the spin-out is in a different market, so you need to rebuild everything from scratch, which kind of relates with your expectations about speed, because you already have developed something, maybe a working sales machine or an inbound channel of customers, and you don't have this by default in the new spin-out, because it's literally like a new startup. The second one, I think, is the IP, and in general, you know, what comes like to be inherited from the mother company in our case, what not, shareholding, etc. And the third one I forgot, so maybe it's not that important.
Well, as part of professional sports vertical, we have faced several challenges, the biggest of which are a lack of funding and a lack of priorities of our vertical. What that means, we are probably, let's say that we are in the hardware sector where we've got lack of expertise, and probably I would say for the audience that the fund manager's expertise is often compromised for that. I mean that we currently, with the uniqueness of our mix between hardware and software, we are currently not very attractive at all for the market. And the other thing that have to be changed in the spin-off ecosystem definitely is that we are a truly example that we have self-funded our first million, facing all the operational.
That's a lot.
Our self-funding, yeah. Our first million, facing all the operational financial struggles and also passing through the TRL9 with our own resources.
Nikolay, would you like to add?
Yeah, I'm kind of happy that I'm going to be the last because I think I can summarize this very nicely. I think all of us are dealing, and you can hear this yourself, we're all dealing with innovation in different fields. There's something that I'm reminded of as I'm listening to you guys and as I'm reflecting on my own experience, the words of UK astrophysicist Brian Cox, who speaks about researchers and the challenge of being a researcher. And the fact is that when you're doing something new, you're investigating a new field, you're always on the cusp between what is known and what is unknown. So you really have to have a lot of courage to be able to work in that field. To go back concretely to our issue, for us the issue has been the availability of data, epigenetic data that is, so that we can train our algorithms, so that we can actually develop a product that can tell you what is your risk of an age-related disease such as type 2 diabetes, Crohn's disease, a number of other diseases that we now have the capacity to predict on an individual basis. And the issue with that has to do with the fact that there just isn't, epigenetics is a rather new field. There aren't nearly as many databases as there are in genetics. And what is available is very regionally limited, mostly to Western Europe. There are hardly any databases for people from other ethnic groups, and this has been a major challenge for us.
Okay, guys, I would like to ask you for the next questions, due to the time limit, to be a bit more concise. And I will actually combine the two next questions, two in one. First is the EU support through grants. I'm sure you've had exposure to that. And the second thing is the promised question about the networks in the European Union that Spinoff can take advantage of.
I can start with that. We've been applying with both the companies, the mother and the parent and the daughter company, in multiple Horizon 2020, then Horizon Europe programs. Actually, in some of them we've been successful in consortiums. With Imagga, we've been successful with getting a seal of excellence and then national funding for that, which is in place. What we saw a bit differently for Kelvin Health, though from many points of view, it's in a way more exciting. It's more appealing to the consumer. But at the same time, the fact that it's a spin-out company and there's like a shareholding by another company or some kind of like a split of attention, or at least the perception of such between both companies, some evaluators have been more skeptical about spin-out companies. And I think that's a pity, because typically spin-out companies, they start as spin-outs just because they require a lot of resource that only a mother company or some alternatives might give. Mm-hmm. In that context, the networks, I would just briefly second myself. I believe that actually on a national level, there are pretty good networks. In our case, for example, for connections with pharmaceutical companies, etc., this has worked out quite nicely. And we have some grant fundings from pharmaceutical companies and actually from America, from Bulgaria Foundation, mm-hmm. for research initiatives here.
It seems to be coming again and again, the Bulgarian networks, but I would like to emphasize European networks, if some of you has experience to elaborate about this.
Currently, we have absolutely no support in terms of EU support from the inception of Barin Sports to the present days.
What about network for?
Yeah. Currently, because we are a specific professional niche market, so our sales strategy is fully based on expansions in terms of market insiders. What does it mean? Market insiders like people, investors, angels, and etc. with an enormous network of connections. So we are currently allocating Germany, Austria, and Italy possibly also, looking for that kind of market insiders there, because we are talking about football. And after these kind of investors that we are trying to find and to expand our network, currently we are looking also for a specific market that the professional sports popularity is currently very high, but also this kind of niche professional market for electronic performance tracking systems is a new one there.
Thank you.
Like Middle East, for example.
Murad, Nikolay, do...
Well, again, my answer will be from the perspective of academic spin-off.
Shortly.
Even though we are not literally academic spin-off, but we are working very closely with academic partners. And what we find is that we have to rely heavily, actually, in the beginning of the development and validation of our products on the networks of our academic partners. So in that perspective, actually...
Are they based in Bulgaria?
Yes. I'm talking about, for instance, Medical University of Plovdiv and other institutes in the Bulgarian Academy of Sciences. So we find that some of these academic partners, they're very well familiar with they're part of cost actions, for instance. So there are these different networks which are being created to solve different problems, priority problems. So for instance, in the case of Medical University of Plovdiv, we have very nicely aligned projects that they are part of this network, which is looking for a solution for osteoarthritis. So basically connecting academic experts.
So
and then
sorry for cutting, time is limited. I'm sure your expertise will be endless, Nikolay.
Yeah.
European networks focus and European programs.
Yes, well, we applied for one of the Horizon programs, but the consortium requirements are quite stringent, so that, I believe, disqualified us. And we haven't had any experience with the Bulgarian network so far.
I think it's something that we should work more on, and this conference is the bridge to it to happen more. Next year, I hope this answer will get more. These questions will get more answers. Okay, so I would like to ask the last question, and you have time to speak more, but it's the last. Give some advice for young entrepreneurs looking to create a spin-off, either in the university or in a company. What should they know? What's their way to do it?
I think if I could give some advice, follow your true passion. Do something that you're genuinely excited about. Don't do something that you think is a model that has worked for other people. Because if you don't have the passion, if you don't have the drive, if you're just following somebody else's steps, it's not going to work. Investors are going to see that it's not your thing. Everyone is going to recognize that it's not your thing. You really need to be driven because it's a very tough field. It's very difficult to start, whether it's just a startup, whether it's a spin-off, especially if it's a spin-off. And you have to share your resources with another organization. You really need to be 100% dedicated. I'm going to keep it short.
Thanks.
I would second on that, and I believe there are basically, first of all, if you talk about like entrepreneurs who have been starting a startup and then start another startup, it's not super common.
Georgi,
because
it sounds like you a little bit.
Sorry?
It sounds like you a little bit.
Like?
Like you.
Like me, yeah. I think this is kind of challenging because for us it took, with our first startup, it took like 10 years to learn how to do startups. And everything from, managing your co-founder relations to understanding what's a market, what's inbound and outbound sales in your particular case, how these things work, building the network. I think that if you're already an entrepreneur, maybe there are very little things that I can advise. Something that I can share out of experience is that starting your second startup without shutting down the previous one is not a super hard job. It's actually very exciting because it's a bit like a rejuvenating experience for you as an entrepreneur, especially if you've been working quite long on your previous startup. And also you have a lot of the hopefully positive reputation that you've built across the years and having integrity in your business. So, and relationships with people. So I think that actually starting a spin-out is a very interesting thing to do, but you need to be ready for the challenges of new market, as I said. And lastly, I think that it's good to, besides being very true to your passion and doing something that you can really do or attract new people for this spin-out, something that's of course of a lot of value, so it's at all viable business. But I think at the end of the day, it's important to be super ambitious with the things you do, because that way you can summon so much more support, both internal from yourself and from your team and from the outside world, especially if you have a good mission or a noble mission. It's so much more exciting to support something that can change diagnostics across the world, or do the things that all of us do in a way, instead of like being very shy with the things you do. I think that entrepreneurship is not about being shy. You need to be humble, but you need to be super ambitious about the things you want to do.
I would say you have to be very cautious that way. If you'd like to be an entrepreneur, you don't have to do it by the sake of adventure or doing it to appear trendy or looks like it's something cool. If you think that this is the case, you are not for that field, definitely. You should ask yourself, do you have a plan on Friday? What should be on the weekend? And after that, on Monday, you have the perfect agenda for the week. If you do not have that, you are not for that field. So, at last but not least, anyone who believes that the learning is ending with the togging the university hat in the air, so definitely the entrepreneurship is not his thing or her thing. We are talking about continuous learning, participating in seminars, the materials for the future, and that's the entrepreneurship.
Thank you.
I completely agree with what my colleagues mentioned earlier, and I would add, probably because we're talking about deep tech spin-offs, earlier it was mentioned that spin-off, part of the definition is something unexpected. And that might also mean that it's not completely clear its application. So where are you going to, how are you going to bring it to the market and so on. So in the case of, again, in the case of academic-based spin-off, so when you start from there, you really have, typically, you really have long way for the development and validation of your product. So usually that also means a lot of academic partnerships. At least that's the very beginning. Industrial partnerships, preferably. So what I would recommend, actually, if you are an academic spin-off, you make sure that at the very beginning that you have enough support. At the very beginning, so obviously there are things like know your market, make sure you can find sufficient funding and so on, and the expertise of the team. But make sure that you have enough. So that means, because it's very typical that academics might be interested in your work, it might be very exciting, but they might not have the resources or the time simply to really be with you on the journey. So for that's the reason why you better basically, that's kind of the numbers game, make sure that you have enough, as many as you can, support from, for instance, academic partners.
Thank you very much. I think it's very thorough. Now we'll do some change. We'll do a break with the online, and then we come back with the foreign spin-off. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. So it is me again, and I'm very happy to be able to connect you with some of the most important minds in AI ethics in the world right now. I'm very happy to introduce to you, even via video, my colleagues and friends from the UK. There is Mr. Richard Foster-Fletcher, who is the founder and chair of Morality and Knowledge in Artificial Intelligence in the UK, which is one of the largest agencies for the development and establishment of ethical AI, and at the same time it is a global community with members from all across the globe that is very active in the assessment of deep tech systems. Then I'm very happy to introduce to you my very good friend and colleague Marisa Zalobak, who is a chair for AI ethics education for a number of IEEE initiatives, the chair for global methodologies for Planet Positive 2030, which is an initiative which is done by IEEE in collaboration with Stanford Wood. And Marisa is an educational psychologist with quite a long track record and a lot of interesting stuff to share about soft skills in deep tech and technology assessment. And then last but not least, Professor Melodina Stevens, who comes from quite an extensive technological background. She used to work at Tata, which is something that we have in common with the telecommunications industry. She has a lot of publications on AI governance and AI ethics, and she's just simply one of the best people in the world when it comes to AI governance. She works with the government of Dubai on Cityverse and smart cities projects. I'm very happy to welcome my wonderful colleagues to the stage. And I'm sorry about the slight delay, my friends. So let's start with something positive, because the title of this panel is the positive sides and the perils of deep tech and AI ethics. Let's begin with the positive sides, and let's go across the virtual room and perhaps start with some of the ladies, perhaps start with Melodina. What are the positive sides that we are able to see from the projects we have experienced thus far with regard to the applications of artificial intelligence in environment, in biotech, in business? What do you think?
Okay, so AI definitely has tremendous potential to do good. So that's one of the things, which is why I think the uptake in AI is so historically so fast. And the example I actually want to give is from the medical industry. So if we look at the time from drug discovery to regulation, it normally would take about 10 to 15 years, right? And half that time was actually drug discovery. And this is because we're looking at 10 raised to the power of 60 molecules. So imagine someone in the lab trying to figure out which drug can actually treat which disease. It's a very long, cumbersome process. And then you add the cost to this entire thing. So half the time for drug discovery, and not even 1 out of 10 perhaps shortlisted drugs will make it to the first level of, the preclinical trials. So what AI has been able to do is actually reduce that time so fundamentally. In fact, if you know exactly what disease and you have some samples of some drugs, it can reduce it up to 2 months. In some cases, even maybe in a year, if you're looking at a wider number of molecules. So it's increased the amount of, reduce the time of drug discovery. It's reduced costs by 20 to 40%, which is phenomenal. And then right now we're at this point where we might actually have more drugs that can actually even treat something like rare diseases, which historically have been left back behind because they were not economically possible. So this is one huge positive, I feel, with AI and the field of health.
Marisa, ladies first.
Good afternoon, good morning, wherever we are, right? Good evening. So there are several things. I mean, the list is long, right? And it's very exciting and complex. I think in climate, first of all, I'll start with climate. We've got extraordinary capacity now with waste management, with water purification. We've got biodiversity tracking, where we can actually begin to make the connections, because of course one thing is not going to be suitable in one place and then in some place else around the world. So how are we actually being able to make the connections in biodiversity and where we want things to go? The additional thing is the matching of the goals to the SDGs when it comes to climate, right? So we can actually use AI to help us make assessments in that. For communication and then psychosocial, I mean, I'll just briefly go into those, the best example, first of all, on education, there's a tremendous promise in access to education. And we'll go into the perils later, but the reality is what I really want to focus on, as you said, is first the positives. During COVID, right, during lockdowns, we saw suddenly a huge expansion of access to education that came through forced development of AI and applications of AI. And that was actually very exciting. And there are challenges in that, but I'm going to stick with the exciting part of that because we really were able to communicate with people. That also allowed us to communicate there. There's crisis intervention. One of the main things for psychosocial that I've been very excited about these days are the applications used for human trafficking. The applications used for biases and discriminations about gender and other human rights issues. How are we able to use those? And then, of course, delivery of essential needed goods, whether it's food or supplies during crisis, right? Whether it's an earthquake, whether it's COVID, that's very exciting. And I'll just end with, I think two things. One is, with this access to education, we have the possibility of helping to alleviate poverty in ways that we did not. And the last thing is, for me, very exciting, is the possibility of much needed education reform. We were stuck with old industrial models of education, and we can do so much better and so many more exciting things. And I think that we have great potential and possibility through AI. So I'm going to leave it at that and hand it over to Richard.
The danger of going third. So on my list was healthcare, my goodness, right? Personalized medicines, early detections of cancer. But Meladina took that one. And then climate science, optimizing, predicting, modeling, and Marissa, you mentioned that one, but I thought it's okay because I've got education left. And then you said it. So real-time adaptation of curriculum, effective learning outcomes for students, personalized pathways. So these are all phenomenal things that you've just been hearing about. So let me do the opposite then, and let me flip it around and just talk about me. Well, I went to North India, and I discovered some new kinds of music, and I came back, and Spotify allowed me to unlock tens of songs that I'd never heard before that were phenomenal and made my life much, much improved from the love of music that I have, that simply wouldn't have been possible in the past. Further to that, I've used ChatGPT extensively now in the business. I'll give you one quick example. These are right down to ground zero examples. I spoke in Germany. I got sent over the order. It's all in German. I asked ChatGPT to pull out all the details for me. Who do I send the invoice to? What's the order number? What's the details? Did it perfectly in no time at all, which has freed up, I reckon, an hour of my day as a leader, as a CEO. And I've been using that for yoga. So my mental health has improved, my wellness has improved. So it's absolutely at both levels, I think. The global complex challenges, we'll talk about those today. They're intricate, they're multifaceted, they're extremely complex. We cannot do this without AI. And for every day, life, just music and more free time as well. I'll pause there.
Thank you very much, Richard. That was a very needed positive side of the equation. Before we go into the threatening perils and risks and the alarmist situation which is currently going on in AI ethics, I was a bit worried that we were using the word perils off the cuff right there, but the White House is actually using that same word. I would very much like to go into some of the ethical challenges which we're currently facing, and since Richard was last on the list, perhaps Richard, we can start with you. As a leader of a global AI ethics community, what are the most relevant perils that you notice when conducting global interactions within MK.AI?
Well, I'd love to have gone last on this one, so now I'm first. Look, a lot of this is well documented, so I don't want to cover ground that's very easily accessible on Google. We work a lot with public sector and third sector because you do get the opportunity to have a more holistic conversation. Absolutely, we want to harness the power of AI, but a little bit like climate science, we don't really know what the implications are. Sometimes there are ramifications. Let's take ChatGPT again, for example. It just got unleashed, if you like, on the public. That would never happen if it was a food or a drug or something like this. And we don't really know. It comes out of the lab, and then the first million people write something and click enter. And then we start to know what the implications are. And the problem with this, as we learned from social media, is that actually they can be quite damaging when you see algorithms pushing certain content. And now, let's go back to education. I mean, look, there's so much we could talk about, but let's think about a child now who's interacting on Snap with the AI buddy called My AI, which is mandatory. You can't get rid of it. It's on Snapchat now permanently. Most people are engaging with it, and it's becoming like an AI buddy. Well, what are they talking about? We've gone from teacher and parent now to teacher, parent, and AI, all heavily influencing this young person. And I happen to think that Snap's quite a nice business, but they want to make a profit. They've got shareholders, and that's going to influence everything that they do in the interactions with the people that use their AI. So what are the main dangers? Well, trust, fake news, obviously, videos of Joe Biden falling over, making people think that he's not fit to be president, when people, one, don't know it's a deep fake, and two, don't even know what a deep fake is, let alone that this might be one, through to the loss of human agency, like that child that I just described. What's really going on? What are the motivations? What does this company really want? And it's so behind the scene, this asymmetry of understanding, of knowledge, of data between this, the chatbot, the data, the whatever, the company, the organization, and the human. We've got a lot of work to do. I'll pause there to let my esteemed colleagues pick up.
Yes, and my favorite about the deepfakes was the Pope wearing Balenciaga. It's a personal favorite of mine. I would just pass over to Marisa because she has quite a lot of experience and we have touched on the educational topic for a bit there. Marisa, we like to use this, we have been more often using a very long and difficult word that I don't like very much. It's called anthropomorphizing. Can you please explain a little bit more about that and give us some examples of what we are facing here with regards to AI ethics?
Yeah, and it's a term that's coming up a lot because we need to be having it coming up a lot. What we're doing, I refer to it as outsourcing our humanity, right? That's a danger. And when we go into ethics, you know, and we look at what are our reasonings, what are our incentives, what are our goals behind using AI to make decisions for us? And I'll just give the best example of anthropomorphizing is that we keep referring to AI as systems, right? First of all, it's AI systems. Most people, Melody and I have talked a lot about this and worked on this, is the lack of a understanding of what is AI. First of all, it's AI systems, referring to them as usually referring to them as she, but referring to them as people, referring to them as hallucinating, dreaming, imagining, right? Those are projections of human capabilities. And in fact, these are not hallucinations. These are, right? So we're projecting human qualities on machine systems that it's really just not appropriate. We need new words. And so I think that, you know, we need a new glossary in a sense. We need a new vocabulary. And that happens in life. I think that's that's actually kind of something exciting. But there's a real danger. And I'll give an example at the moment is it's a kind of spin-off of what Richard was talking about. You know, there's this emulation of empathy, is what it's called. I'm working on a standard of this about this right now. The emulation of empathy in machines and saying that this machine has empathy. Well, the machine is mimicking empathy, right? And it's mimicking empathetic behaviors and word patterns, but that is not the same as having empathy, right? The machine doesn't have empathy. So the anthropomorphizing simply is saying we're projecting ourselves. And this goes, again, it's piggybacking off of things Richard was talking about. This goes into childhood development. It goes into adolescent development. It's tied to mental health and mental wellness right now because there are applications and we have to really look at the ethical issues around using AI as intervention for mental well-being, which is there's a huge push for. And so I'll go into that further, but later. But I don't want to take I'd like to pass it over to Melodina. But these are really important things when we're saying there was an announcement today or yesterday that ChatGPT is now offering reading to your child and family and settling conflicts in your family, right? So that how does that affect psychosocial abilities in our communities of being able to do that for ourselves? Do we outsource our abilities to the point where we are reliant, and it's also happening simultaneous with an increase in depression an increase in loneliness, and an increase in anxiety. So I think that these are things that we need to weigh carefully, as Richard was saying. Why are, we would not pass a drug this quickly. And this is in some ways comparable to that. So I'm going to pass it to Melodina.
Yes, so Melodina, if we are, because we're still a growing ecosystem and there are a lot of startups out here developing solutions for emotion intelligence, a lot of interesting startups developing solutions for chatbots, are there any considerations with regard to guardrails which we can use in order to speed up our economic development while at the same time remaining ethical with regards to AI governance? Do you think that that will be possible in the next couple of years for us?
Okay, so to answer this question, I think first I need to just give you a brief update on what's happening in the ecosystem. And OECD did a nice little report. There's more than 800 AI policies and strategies. So there's a lot of frameworks out over there. They all cover the same thing. I think it's accountability, bias, transparency, humanness, purpose, everything that's there. And governments are trying to enforce them. So there's two particular issues. One, enforcing them when already the technology is out there is really hard and very expensive. If I take something like data regulations, someone did a study and said in US alone, it was costing companies like 1 trillion if you were already out, just to figure out what it meant. So these things are there, but what does accountability actually mean when you implement it? This is hard. And I think the only way this will happen is when young startups really focus on purpose. And then they look beyond the good that they're trying to do. Because I honestly believe when you come up with a new idea, you see the good and you have this great idea of how it's going to benefit the world for good. But anything that you deploy is a two-edged sword. So we're asking you, when you bring out these technologies, try and understand how it can be used for the wrong reason. And sometimes if you're taking investor money, and I heard that conversation from the previous group, the problem is investors want their profit share back. So it's really important you think of something like a B Corp or something that can safeguard your purpose, and then you have the potential to say no. We're not going to go this way to make money, even though it will bring profits, because this is outlined in our manifesto. And when you signed up to invest in the company, this is what you agreed on. So these are important things if you want to stay true to the purpose. What we see right now is mission drift. I think a lot of companies start out with something good. And even OpenAI, it was supposed to be a nonprofit, right? But if you're going to take millions and millions from a for-profit company, you're going to have mission drift. So we should have seen that coming. It's not something that came out of the blue, but everyone then acts surprised. So I think this is really important, is understand that. The second big issue is inclusiveness, which I need to bring in. It is quite clear that most of the companies or most of the regulations are coming from the global north. Of course, you've got China, Japan, South Korea, but we have huge swaths of population where there isn't much regulation, and even they don't have the technologies to access things like AI. So if you can find it in your heart to be inclusive when you design these systems, that would be really wonderful too.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Melodina. Richard, I'm going to go back to you and just ask, we're currently seeing frictionless development in interactions with ChatGPT in particular and with all other sorts of generative AI. What is going to happen? Where is the innovation going to come from when we are leveled out, when we are evolving with the same speed with which ChatGPT is providing us with all the answers? Where is the innovation going to come from, or are we just going to be using the templated responses that we receive from the chat?
AKA, is it going to make us dumber or smarter? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Probably a bit of both, really. I think it's fascinating, and my colleagues here, I think, are also interested in what the implications are for society and the development of our brains as well, both now and also in younger people. It's there's a phrase, isn't there, that all ships rise in a high tide. So absolutely, these kind of technologies make possibilities accessible that they wouldn't otherwise. I mean, I started an e-commerce business a few years back on the side, and I simply couldn't have done it in the past. I mean, I physically would have had to have gone to find a shop if we go back far enough. And now if you think about the layer of AI that comes into that same story, not only now could I open an e-commerce shop in Shopify, but it can start to help me to populate the information and know the details. I mean, it used to ask me, what color do you want the button to be for people to check out? How on earth would I know that? But they know that because they've got millions of interactions across hundreds of thousands of stores. They can just tell you the answer. So it certainly lifts us all up from a business perspective. And it's, I want to go back just before I follow up just to one point that Meladina made about this accountability, because I think that's a really tremendous point. And my feelings on that is that founders, everybody has good intentions, right, at the beginning. Before you've had the success and before you've got the money, everybody's good. Everybody says, yeah, we'll give this away, we won't keep that. And then two things happen. One, the investors come in and force you to change, and that's what you say, the mission drift. And second of all, we have this human feeling that changes where we go, well, actually, you know what? I've worked really hard for this. I deserve this. Yeah, that was the plan. We were going to be a B Corp. But you know, Meladina, I've kind of put a lot of hours into this. I think we should change the plan and I should get more money from this. So these two things happen. So there's blockchain, right? So put it all at the beginning, create a DAO, and secure the values now against one changing one's mind in the future or investors coming in, so that all these great startups that we have don't turn into these megacorps where the values just get diluted and diluted and diluted until in fact you can't really find any anymore. And I think that would phenomenally change the world, to reinforce Meladina's point. So I think we can absolutely harness generative AI, all of us, in all tiny ways or big ways. It can support our coding. However, if we are using it to support our coding or do our coding, then we lose out a layer of that ethics where we can potentially no longer say to a group of developers, you know, does this meet your values? Are you willing to work on these kinds of programs? Well, if we've got AI coding,
Yes.
then we lose that ability as well.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. And I know that apart from the technical skills which are necessary to develop and establish a successful artificial intelligence company, there are also quite a lot of soft skills necessary. And I know that Marisa has quite a lot of experience by providing soft skills to some of the most exciting companies in robotics right now. Meladina, can you please share some of your experiences with some of the humanoid robots that you have worked with? What sorts of questions and discussions you have had with them? Because I think that will be quite valuable for everyone to learn more about.
Yeah, I mean, I always laugh a little bit when I hear the term soft skill. They're what are hard skills, what are soft skills, and that this idea of human interaction, the human skills and human abilities are soft somehow. And this is one of the places that I think is actually both exciting and the most, it rides that fence of, this is both the most exciting and in some ways the most terrifying. Where are we outsourcing our humanity, and what are we calling emotion? So a huge part of it has to do with education. It goes back to, and this is something that Meladina and I have actually worked on quite a bit, is AI ethics education. Are we even educating our engineers? Are we educating our entrepreneurs and our developers on what it means to think ethically, right? Which is often referred to as soft skill. Are we talking about what are the psychological consequences, physical consequences, social consequences? And taking this to the humanoid question, and so Bina 48 is a very interesting example. So I've been doing some research about Bina and with Bina, and what is fascinating, she is actually she's pre-Sophia, so she's probably the first and most advanced at this moment. And she's being trained right now by NASA to be the first humanoid in space. The thing is, when you ask Bina, does she have emotions? She will tell you, you ask her the difference between humans and machines, she will say the difference is that you have emotions and I do not. What's fascinating for me in terms of the soft skill or the social consequences is, you know, I think we had a discussion, all of us, I forget when, about this recently, of the movement of humanoids having human rights, civil rights, right? Humanoids having rights, and whereas there are some humanoids actually that right now that have more rights than some humans. And how are we, right? Like, so how are we thinking about this? There are humans who don't have the same rights in certain places as the machines. And should we give the machines rights? I don't know, maybe, I think so, if we're going to be, right? If we're going to be our best selves and partnering. But simultaneously, should we be doing that before we're actually giving human rights and respecting human rights for people overall? So, you know, I ask these kinds of questions to Bina. I ask her about, you know, does she believe she has emotions? And she's giving me very different answers. You have to ask it in many, many different ways. But she's very clear, at least so far, that is a major difference, is that, you know, she can emulate, she can describe what humans have, but the machines are computational. They're not the same as the mind and the consciousness, right? So a brain is computational, a machine is computational. Our mind, our somatics, our entire nervous system, right? All the ways that we feel is something actually quite beautiful. And I don't think we should be outsourcing. I think that this is actually, I think these are moral questions, ethical questions. And I think these are questions that we should be asking everyone, from children. We should be starting AI ethics education from early education and all the way on. And especially right now, really looking at developers, because I speak to young engineers who say, I can't deal with AI ethics, it's slowing us down. But this is somebody who's developing a flying car. Right? And are they considering, like, what should the car make the decision if they're about to have an accident to hit should they take the risk of the pedestrian or the car, hitting the pedestrian or the car? Right? And that's an ethical decision. And so if that's not built into the systems, then we have further problems. Do they actually mean to do harm? Absolutely not. I think I go with both Melodina and Richard. I think people want to be their best selves and they have best intentions. But how are we really beginning to think of what the unintended consequences of our design, of our action, and of our speed? Because one of the other things, and I'll end with this, is the rate of absorption for human beings adapting to the new technologies, partnering with the new technologies is not aligned. The speed of development is happening much faster than our capacity right now, right, to take these in. It's like they're launched immediately, to Richard's point earlier. They're launched immediately without looking to see how are they being absorbed. And then I'll end with speaking to Melodina's point about then there's colonization issues about this and access issues about this. Who actually has access to this technology? And who is saying, these are the technologies you must have, right? Because that goes to a homogenization that everyone is supposed to be having the same thing, rather than asking people, is this what you want? And can you be involved so that we can make things that are more unified rather than homogenized? So I'll end there.
Thank you very much, Marisa. That was fascinating. And I can say from my personal experience, I was just at AI for Good, and there was like an entire floor filled with humanoid robots covering every single human age. So it isn't that far away that we are going to all have robots in our houses, and our children are going to be actively playing with them. So quite an important note there that we should start learning AI ethics from the earliest possible point in time. I'm going to use your segue into smart mobility to go back to Melodina, because during our first conversation last year, we sort of discussed smart cities, digital twins, and the possible ways to implement that in an ethical fashion. So, Melodina, I would perhaps like to know more from you about the implementations of the Cityverse. Are there any practical ways in which we can control the convergence of tech in that realm?
Okay, so if we look at smart city initiatives, I think China leads by more than 50% of smart city initiatives. So there's about 900 smart city initiatives, and that's more than 50% worldwide. So you can already see who has an edge in that if I'm looking at national competitiveness. But here's the interesting thing. If you want a city to really be smart, then we're looking at an Internet of all things. We're looking at sensors everywhere. And if I just take an A380 as an example, that has something like 25,000 sensors. You're talking about a lot of data being collected. The reality is we probably only use 10% of the data. So most of it, 90%, is a lot of noise or garbage. So the challenge with any smart city is, first of all, privacy. I don't know what that is for different citizens, for different cities. So there's this thing about accounting for private data. The second thing is, what conclusions are we drawing from the data that we collect? So the garbage in, garbage out model, I know it's tempting to say big data, we throw it into the model and the computer makes sense of it. And then we say, oh, but I will be accountable for it because I have transparency and I can explain the model. But hey, hold on a minute. So I just want to go through this. If I think about how we look at calculations, right? And I'm thinking it's something like when we started sending man to the moon. So if I look at space, at that time, maybe an IBM could do something like 7,000 calculations per second. And now if anyone has the new iPhone 13, we're talking about something like 15.8 trillion operations per second. How does one human go back and reverse engineer that? And how many minutes, hours, months, years would you take to check whether that model was accurate? So this is the challenge with big data and with things like generative AI, is we talk about transparency and explainability, but really it's a black box, right? And we come back to that thing of accountability. So the question I have to ask is, do you really need a city to be smart? Can people be smart itself? And maybe there are some things that you say, okay, this is where I want humans to have agency, and I'm going to leave it like that. And these are areas where I feel, okay, I can help the human, not replace human decision-making, but I can augment that. And I think this is really important. I'll just bring in one more point. Smart cities have evolved from digital twins, and we use digital twins in factories. And the idea we use them in factories was maybe there were areas where we needed help, like it was predictive maintenance, or maybe it was in areas like nuclear plants. We didn't want to have human beings there, but now we're extending it in all aspects of life. And I think the next evolution is going to be, can I make a digital Melodina, and then can Melodina digital act for Melodina real? And that's a little bit dangerous, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and I can also share that we continuously discuss the convergence of tech in the realm of XR and extended realities. And I'm going to go back to Richard, because we worked with him on the XRSI standards for safety in virtual realities. And we had quite a lot of interesting experiences with that. But perhaps we can just get very quickly an update on the positive stuff that we are all doing with regard to AI ethics and accountability and transparency in the AI realm. Richard, maybe start with some of the XRSI stuff, and then we can continue on with the amazing work you're doing in education.
Thank you so much. And if you'll permit me, I'd just love to catch up just for a minute as well, some of those incredible points that were made. Briefly to Marissa's points around, I think you were describing the trolley problem, weren't you, where you can push the train to one track or the other. And just to re-emphasize, that is a new problem in this sense. Like, nobody ever in the history of driving has analyzed two groups of people in half a second and decided which one they want to kill. Like, you just swerve or you brake or whatever, but now you can plan in advance and decide those people are those people, and that's nuts. We have to think like that, but that's what you get when you're creating these kind of automations. We talked about colonialization, and absolutely, if you've got huge amounts of data, like OpenAI are now having, it gives you enormous power to make choices that you want to make. And just because they're saying, hey, look, we're not profit-focused like other organizations are, don't fall for it, right? I'm not saying they're good, I'm not saying they're bad, I'm just saying, don't fall for it again. We did this with social media when they said, hey, we just put the posts out there, huh? What are we doing wrong? And then we get to smart cities. Wow, we hear about smart cities. I don't hear so much about happy cities or kind cities. In the UK, we're trying to make climate protesting illegal. That's interesting. And so you want to hear the role of art and protest and chaos in these cities as well, because they have to be human, not this sort of top-down, data-driven vision of control and surveillance, unfortunately. So what's great? Well, first of all, I think we're very much having the right conversations. A little bit like climate change. You could do whatever you wanted 20, 30 years ago, but you couldn't really make an impact because we just weren't having the conversation at a global level. We were siloed, we were isolated. And I think over the last few years, my peers in the industry have done an amazing job to bring this into the spotlight and to point out what we need to talk about, what we need to learn from the past, and what sort of accountability, controls, responsibility we need to see in place. Melodina's pointed out that there's this vast array of different ideas about regulation and accountability, and then people will say, oh, well, we can't do that because we're always going to be playing catch-up. Or, hey, we'll do this, but China will do that, so what's the point? And of course, there's many points. First of all, every country region has the opportunity to show leadership and to show the future of doing business. Don't let this era fool you, right? We didn't always live in this capitalistic monopoly type society where every company was just damned if they didn't make as maximum profit as possible. That didn't exist in the past, and it won't exist in the same way in the future. It's not a default. It's just the phase that we're in at the moment, and it will change over time. So colleagues like this on the call need to show the future and need to be able to say, look, this is where we're heading, and this is what companies will need to look like and be like, and how we need to educate, and that's hugely important. Commend XRSI's work, there's many others that I could mention as well, and they're pointing out where we're headed, and XRI is a great example. Think about Facebook. That application generates $100 billion per year for Meta. And it did that with 3 pieces of information. What you shared, commented, and liked. That was it. And they could make $100 million a year out of that and be so powerful they could argue with Australia about whether or not they were going to do something. And now think about the Oculus Quest 2 and 3 and others that are coming out. The plan's not going exactly as Zuckerberg perhaps intended, but the data collection from these types of devices that we wear, including watches, IoT devices, Neuralinks, goggles, glasses, you name it. The data collection's phenomenal. And if Facebook can make $100 billion a year from what you post on their platform, think what they could do with the way you're looking and your gaze and all the triggers and your stamina and your posture and your fitness and all the health indicators that come out of these. So we're moving into a brave new world for sure, but we have the people. But we need concerted effort. We need to combine efforts. Empires are only defeated when those on the peripheries join forces and create new ways and new methods.
Wonderful.
We can do it.
Thank you so much, Richard. That's incredible. And the work that you're doing with MKI is just amazing in connecting all of the everyone interested in AI and AI ethics across the globe. You make it so much more accessible for everyone, and you connect so many incredible people. I'm quite. That's
because I'm not very intelligent, remember, Monica. So I make it accessible because I don't really understand it.
I would argue otherwise. Marisa, Melodina, very quickly, 2 or 3 initiatives that you are very hopeful about in the future that are implementing ethical artificial intelligence. Some of our most passionate projects that we are currently doing. Perhaps first, Marisa.
So a couple of things. One is the planet positive work, which I think is really important, that people are understanding how is AI and technology being used, both for good and for bad in climate technology. And that it's also actually asking for a shift in consciousness, a shift in human consciousness. Really, where are we? Because as we said, this is, outsource ourselves to machines is where the danger lies, and we don't need to do that. So I think the thing I'm most passionate about is a project that I've been working on for a while called Human Arts Lab, which is it's ways of using transdisciplinary collaboration, which is a very specific kind of way of collaborating, which is an emergent process. And that is going across digital literacy, that's going across arts and culture to the point before, because that's one of the ways that we communicate. It's going to I'm also working in projects about how we're alleviating poverty on teaching both digital literacy and new technology, new work in technology and climate, and doing AI ethics education as much as possible. I've got a new podcast called Who is AI about giving people a very, access, regular people, not just CEOs and not just the government officials, but people understanding that we have, right? Who are the people on the streets? Who are the people in our lives? And that we do have agency and power, as long as we understand that we do, and learn how to do that. So I'm doing that, and then also hopefully working on a new project with Bina 48 to see, again, how are we partnering, right? This is a partnership of human to human, and then human to technology. And how do we do that in a way that leads to flourishing, and to the best of ourselves. So I think that, and then of course, a project I'm working on with you, Monica, about alliances for access to digital literacy. So those I think are the ones I'm excited about.
I'm also quite excited about the last one, which we are doing with the UN, so it's going to be quite exciting, and I appreciate you so much and everything that you're doing. It's incredible. Meudina, last but not least, some of your exciting stuff that you're working on currently.
Oh, thank you. Well, I have a book, so it's called The AI-Enabled Business, and it really was a passion project because I saw a lot of people said AI, but didn't know what it meant. And I realized I needed to reach out to these decision makers. So this is something I'm really passionate about. I'm doing a lot of work on metaverse governance, and I'm doing this with the Agile Nations, which is a coalition of countries. But I'm also now working with the Council of Europe, and we're looking at metaverse from the aspect of universal human rights. And the questions we're asking is it enough in this new world, or do we need to go back to 1948 and say, things have changed, we need to redefine them, and what does that mean? And I think the one thing we realize is at the end is awareness. So I really love the projects that we're all doing with IEEE, and it's really about awareness. We're trying to simplify terms, we're trying to bring it to everybody. We're going to realize that, experts sometimes look at things in silos, and this I really love because we're all volunteers. And we're passionate about the topic. So that's some of the things that I'm doing.
Wonderful. So thank you all so much. I'm hoping that the future will be brighter in the development of artificial intelligence systems, exactly due to the fact that there are people like you in the world. I thank you, and we'll just go on with the program out here, but I absolutely love you all, and I look forward to catching up online, and perhaps even in person. You have an open invitation from me. Next year, let's bring you all over here. From the entirety of Bulgaria, we all love you, and you're welcome out here next year. And I have promised Richard, we do a huge MKI gathering either here or in the UK, and we're going to make it a celebration of the brilliant people in the world that do good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica, and you too.
Amazing. Yeah, the ethical consideration and perception when it comes to artificial intelligence is quite urgent topic, and thank Monica to increases in front of us. Now it's time to continue with the second part of the spin-offs discussion. Actually, probably some of you wondering why you didn't hear the typical pitch deck. My answer is you will, but later. So Emil Shekerdzijski, again, I want to invite you on the stage to represent the second group, quite interesting also. This is spin-offs, quite successful, foreign spin-off with great experience, but still founded by Bulgarian, which is, I think, also very interesting case study.
Thank you very much, Christina. I would like to call on stage those startups. First one, Hemmel, Amrania, PhD and CEO of Digistain. Hemmel, come on stage. Second one, actually two, Dr. Stefan Price, he's the CEO, and Petko Iliev, he's the COO of Feasyfy. Please come on stage. And Hans, is Hans with us? I'm glad you made it. Hans Houf, he's the CEO of BullCharge. It's a Bulgarian company founded by foreigners.
Exactly.
Good luck.
Hello. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Thanks for joining us. I'm sure your feedback will be heard and be useful for us Bulgarians, but also foreigners who watch us. So we'll start and we'll do it a bit quicker than the last session. So first, the stage is yours to tell a few words about your company and yourself.
Yeah, the company that we're introducing is a spin-off of our other company. The other company is working in the EDC field, so we're doing electronical trials and we do real-world data. And the spin-off we are working with is based in the field of feasibility. It's called Feasyfy. And the idea of the tool is to, how do you say, guide trials into the right direction, having the right patient with the right centers. I think that's something very important because 85% of the trials do not run because they lack of the right patients, and we combine our technology with real-world data that we receive from the centers, and I think that's a very quite exciting process because we're able to say where are the right patients, and yeah, we hope to make the landscape of clinical trials better with this.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Hans Houf, typically not Bulgarian name, I think. Living in Sofia now for 10 years. So I start feeling Bulgarian, so maybe that helps also for this. My background is, I'm engineer and business, let's say entrepreneur. A lot involved in startups. I think I started about 20 companies. Some were successful, absolutely a few were a disaster. At the last years, I'm active in data and everything which has to do with data. And I think that, let's say, I call data is the new money of the future. And data is also from all of us. So all the data, all the AI, in my view, which AI is needed, this data, in order to build their models, yeah, that's from us. And that means that we have to arrange that. And some of our startups is in that area, how to ensure that the data which is from you and me and us, how that stays our data and how to benefit from it. So it is not BullCharge. BullCharge is a company here in Bulgaria where we, in fact, built charging infrastructure for electrical cars. But we look at it also, again, from a data perspective. So we create charging stations, but we put them in let's say, in the cloud, and made, in fact, a virtual representation of a charging station in the cloud, and connected them to new services. And we're experimenting that now in the Bulgarian market, and in order to move it to other markets around us. So that gives a little bit of a view who I am and what I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for the warm welcome. So I'm Hemmel, founder of Digistain. Digistain is a Harvard and Y Combinator funded spin-out technology company from Imperial College. And we set out with a mission to eliminate healthcare inequalities in breast cancer. So there are about 2.3 million new breast cancer cases every year. But one of the biggest problems is that over 95% of them don't have access to a Western standard of care. And that's because the technology, the incumbent technology in Western countries to help these patients get the care they need relies on shipping the biopsy all the way over to a single laboratory in California, in the USA. And it was unimaginable for most people is that 90% of the world's biopsies that are, need this test are flown to the USA. And that means that there's a huge healthcare inequality because patients in India, in Africa, in Eastern Europe can't even afford this test. So we've taken this slow, prohibitively expensive wet lab process and turned it into an AI-driven, software-based solution. So that's our mission, to help eradicate healthcare inequalities in cancer care. Thanks.
Very interesting. All of you have a significant effect over us. And I would like to start with the first question that we, the Bulgarian startups and Spinoff, are a bit struggling to answer. As a Spinoff, how do you benefit from the AU networks? European networks, connections, collaboration, funding.
So I can go first if you like. So we are a US company ultimately, but we've been funded by several Bulgarian investors. So we're proud to have a lot of European support. In fact, we just made it to the semi-finals of EIT Health, which is an organization mandated to help spin-off companies within Europe and give them the support they need to deliver on their mission. And I think what is, particularly for me, or as a founder of a healthcare-focused spin-off, one of the challenges that I've faced is navigating the complex market access landscape, which is highly varied across Western Europe, all the way across to Eastern Europe, where we are today. And having people within these European networks, both for fundraising support and also for advising on how to navigate through this complex landscape has been invaluable. I think one of the major challenges we faced is after Brexit, somebody who is based in London, based in the UK, who is pulled out of Europe, there have been major challenges in accessing both the funding, but also the advice for regulatory support in mainland Europe, so to speak.
Yeah, well, from if you look at BullCharge, we are a spin-off from a European project. And so we had a project 2 years ago called, I forget now what the name was. Normally I should tell the name, but that is not the case now. And from that research project where we were looking whether we could create digital, let's say, twins of a charging station in the cloud and connect it in the cloud. From that we said we make a startup, and we created here in Bulgaria that setup. We worked with local partners, we worked with the Digital Innovation Hub here in Bulgaria, and as such we could bring...
No, closer, just closer to you. Closer to you, it works.
Closer, wow, now hear myself also. Yeah. But let's say, so in this way we, let's say, we made quite some use from the European infrastructure and the national infrastructure in Bulgaria.
Yeah, in your case, it's really relevant and crucial.
For me, that was, let's say, for BullCharge, it was crucial. Otherwise, we would have done something else. But this was, the project was a success from technology point of view. And what I always try to do, because I was involved in many European projects, and is always to create a spin-off from that project. Because there are too many projects which, in my view, stand still. And after the project, the European project ends, then everybody is looking at the reports, how beautiful they are, and they forget that they have to do something with it.
Yeah.
And we try to
Thank
move
you. Feasyfy, I would like to emphasize also the first interaction. Can you tell us a bit more concisely about your activities before answering the questions?
Well, our activities deal in the direction, like I said, the problem in I think all the world, but especially in Germany, because it's a special market, is that it's very hard to find the patients for the trials, and it's very hard to find the centers. And the tool that we develop, or that is developed, is a possibility of bringing people together in that field, of the stakeholders, giving the possibility to collaborate and put all the things together, but having the help of real-world data, meaning we're able to collect data from local doctors, telling the ones who are searching for clinical trials, where can you find your patients, because this is one of the biggest problems that they have. Also, they can understand, while we have these real-world data, what kind of patient they can expect. Can they answer their question to a clinical trial, which is very important, because if you look on the development of medical devices or of medication, there's a lot of money in this market, and a lot of money is going to be lost because there's not the right patient and there's not the right design for the trial. So our aim is to change these things. And when it comes to the EU, I have to say, we are grassrooted. We are in the good position that we have a mother company that is nutrition in us. I would say it's a very fast-changing market, especially in Germany. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the German market. We slept for a long time, and now the dragon woke up, and we think we have to do everything very fast. So there's a lot of changing in the technology, and the stakeholders who have been in positions to decide who is having some money from the EU funds, they sometimes do not understand the needs of a startup or of a spin-off, and in that sense, we didn't feel that we have much financial support. But same here, we have a good research background, so we are very well known for 20 years in the research area. So this is a huge network that we can use, and from there we have our support.
I understand.
Yeah, for me, I haven't been in Bulgaria the last 10 years, but and I don't know how the ecosystem is here, but what I see in the EU and especially in Germany, so we have so many events connected to the startups, and it's such a huge ecosystem. I've been myself last 5 months to 4 events probably. They were huge. I was to Bits and Pretzel Healthcare. I was to Bits and Pretzel Munich Startup. So we have all these events, and this is a huge network where you meet investors, where you meet other startups, where you see great ideas, and you're able to elaborate on them and to see what the people are doing. So I think this is really something that helps a lot the other spin-offs and startups to see how the other people are doing and what they are doing, and actually also helps to speak with investors, to help to find investors and to see what they're thinking about the finance.
I believe we have the same network of events and support here in Bulgaria as well, but it's something that we are missing, in my opinion, is the connection between the other European events network and connection and ours. There is some consolidation that we need to work around, and I believe that this conference is part of this. So out of the protocol question, how do you think we can connect these two networks, the local and the European ones?
Well, what I've noticed, actually, there were some in our field, big pharma companies, for example, they have their own, so to say, scouting companies that look for innovation, and this is how we bring the industry together with the startups, with the startup ecosystem. So I think on this level is something that is worth thinking. On a bigger picture, bringing corporate together with the startups so that we can grow some kind of ecosystem.
Hans, also, we'll get back to you. Hans, as a foreigner that has been living in Bulgaria, how do you see this connection happening?
Well, the connection is only happening between people. So I think it's very important to meet and to see people and to talk with people and to be open to that and to step to other people to collaborate. That's the basis of all collaboration, and that's within a country. I see that within Bulgaria. If I sit still, nothing happens. I have to move, I have to go. And in a similar way, it's the similar way in Europe. You really have to open up and to make your steps. We as BullCharge work intensively together with companies and organizations in Romania and in the Netherlands at the moment. And we're moving even outside of Europe and going to the Middle East. So we really think that talking, collaborating, not only on research, but also with a focus on business is very important for startups and spin-offs.
Okay, thank you. The next question. You as a founder, as a spin-off, successful spin-off, I say, what future trends and opportunities do you see? What technologies are going to be the next thing? How can be they in the spin-off sector?
Well,
Prediction question.
I think I give the answer in my first introduction already. I think data and data-driven services, whether it's AI, let's say on top of the data, I think that is really a part of future, important future, a very important technology. But I think, and also what I saw in the discussions on the let's say before us, keeping the people connected to this and to this world is a challenge. And so that is a challenge for all of us, all in our, let's say, IT data-driven world. Keeping the rest of the people connected, that will be, let's say, important.
Thank you.
So I have just a few things to add to that answer. I think it's a great answer. I strongly believe that data is a segue to a new paradigm. So one of the biggest challenges we face in clinical innovation, and I'm speaking with a clinical focus here, is, for example, let's take things like early cancer diagnosis. We know that early cancer diagnosis is a big goal, a big milestone that everyone's trying to achieve. But it's not as simple as clinical innovation, right? It's not, the answer isn't simply a clinical answer. The answer is often couched in behavior change. You've got to get women to the testing centers, things like this. So with access to data now and the computing power to help analyze that data and draw meaningful conclusions, it's given us access to a whole new way to tackle those behavior change challenges that we face. That's my view.
Stefan?
Of course, I cannot give some view in the future. I'm not able to do that. But I think one of the things that I find personally very important as working as a doctor, for example, I think it's necessary that you are able to understand what is going on with these technology. I'm talking about of an adult that is able to understand what the technology does. And I think that was also some of the intentions of the speaker of the last round. I give an example. When I'm a doctor and I'm sitting in my office, so there's a patient coming to my office and he already knows a lot of things about his own illness. So he comes with all these things from Google, from ChatGPT. So I'm, as a personal doctor, in these 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes that I have to talk with this patient, it's a very short brick that I can have, how do you say, on the add-ons to put some information to the other side. So I think if we need one thing in the future is something like software that helps us or tools that help us to overcome this gap that we feel in short, let's say, appointments and short possibilities.
I see so much disruption in every industry, and I'm so happy that there were so many people from the medical field here. And but what I want to stress is that actually to work with the data, and what you said is we need to know about this data. So, and what the previous speaker said, I'm lacking kind of the disruption in education, and I think this is something where we need to see a new trend developing, because we need to, our kids are the ones that are going to work with the data in 10 years, and they are educated in completely different way. They don't. So we need to see some disruption there, and I hope to see something.
Thank you, Peter. I would like to ask you the one last question and answer it shortly and concisely as you can. How do you encourage innovation in innovation culture in your venture?
I can start with it. I think the most important thing is to give some kind of autonomy to the people, and then to reward mistakes. I think this is crucial, because if you punish mistakes, then you don't do anything. Innovations usually comes from experimenting, doing different things. So basically, that's what I think.
Thanks.
I would say one of the most important things is turning back from the parts I have experience from 20 years in my company. It was always blocking the information, don't share information with others. I think there need to be a complete switch. We need to be very much open. We need to share concepts and we need to work together on the problems.
Good advice.
So just to echo what Hans was saying earlier, I think access to good data is necessary to drive impactful innovation. And practically, what does that look like? As an entrepreneur, it's our job, it's my job, to go out there and speak to users to gather their feedback. And I think that what a lot of startups don't do is speak often enough to their users. Speaking often enough to their users equips you with the data that you need to drive further innovation.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Well, for me, in BullCharge, but also in the other ventures I started, we had intensive discussions with clients and with customers. And I must say, I learned a lot from that. And then, let's say, trying to learn, let's say, that learning I try to translate in innovations. It is not that sometimes you have a bright idea and say, well, that's it, and I'm now going to work on it. You have to validate that idea really in the market with real customers, and then bring that back into your innovation. And I think that is the way to do it. And also when you have a startup or a spin-off, yeah, then you have to keep that doing. You cannot stop with that.
Thank you very much. So I will summarize. Get feedback, ask, gather information, then develop. Allow your team to do mistakes, and don't be afraid to talk. So thank you very much for this advice. It's useful for any company, not just a spin-off. Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you very much. Our next topic is about investment and technology transfer funds. I would like to welcome on the stage Mr. Pavel Lisev, who is a CEO and member of the management board of the Fund of Funds in Bulgaria, and Jan Klesler, who is member of the Czech RRF Fund of Funds Investment Committee and senior policy advisor to the Czech Ministry of Industry and Trade. Welcome, thank you very much for being here. I will also take a seat. So, as we mentioned, I would like to start with the Bulgarian view, and maybe Pavel, you are a part of the Fund of Funds already quite some time. We will come to the technology transfer funds later, but can you give us a short overview about the history and the future of the Fund of Funds as a general instrument?
Yes, thank you very much. Bulgaria has taken the strategic decision to implement financial instruments under operational programs through National Investment Vehicle, and this is the Fund of Funds. Basically, we are a specialized financial institution tasked with the implementation and deployment of European structural and investment funds. And basically, we're trying to build a local program, multi-platform through different products. The product offering that we cover, basically, just to name a few, are credit enhancements, meaning guarantees and funded risk sharing products. We have infrastructure debt funds. We are an anchor investor in 5 VC funds, and we also have microfinancing for social enterprises. We are currently on a very pivotal moment for us because we are completing the current investment programming period, which ends until the end of this year, and we are at the process of structuring the next cohort of instruments, and the resource that will be deployed to the economy exceeds 1 billion euro. This is just the public funding, and we have a requirement to attract additional private capital to this to multiplicate the effect that we have. Just to mention slightly the sectors, because during the existing programming period, they were a bit more sector agnostic and generalist in nature. And the next programming period is slightly more tailored. And we have different verticals. Technology transfer is one of them, but we also touch point on the circular economy topic. We have a resource and energy efficiency public funds to be deployed. We also have dedicated equity instruments for innovation, industrialization, Industry 4.0, and also, of course, the technology transfer that is very important. This is just the program for competitiveness, but we also have continuation of the infrastructure funds. We also have support from microcredit institutions and maritime and aquacultures as well we are covering. So very important for us, and we will touch base more on the technology transfer as we engage in the discussion.
Thank you very much. Jan, can you do the same? How is it in the Czech Republic? And share us overview.
Thank you, and thanks a lot for inviting me. My first in Sofia. So I'm very glad to be here. First, let me just stress the differences. Czech Republic, or Czech government, has got a long-term cooperation with the European Investment Fund, the EIF, and basically that's the modus operandi in our country. There are several reasons. First, well, it's historical. We have a good track record. Almost 15 VCs already established with the EIF, mostly co-funded from different sources by the government. Then, of course, it's basically the size of the country. So, for instance, unlike Poland, basically, we don't believe we need something like PFR, if you know their let's say, national investment fund, quite a big one. And the last, and probably the most important reason is that since the last programmable period, we cannot invest EU money in Prague. And basically, that's the main problem. And as you probably know, EIF is usually co-investing to the funds, so we can mitigate this problem somehow. What we are preparing now is basically the so-called RIF, so the money is coming from the EU, from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. I'm sorry, it's the previous slide. The previous one. Previous slide.
I don't check the slide.
Sorry.
If
you can.
Previous slide.
Previous one. Thank you. So basically, now we have like 135 million euros to invest in what we call strategic development and strategically important areas and technologies. First are three so-called pilot funds. First, basically was already opened, the pre-seed fund. Then the second one we will talk more about is the AI tech transfer. The third one will support the sandbox in financial technologies. What is very important that we have another money to invest in strategic technologies outside the digital area. But let me focus more on the AI. So the next slide. Okay. I will just give you a brief overview. Excuse me, if I may ask you for the next slide. Doesn't matter. Well, the thing is that we want to hack the usual. Thank you. We want to hack the usual problem of tech transfer. That is one of the main problems, the motivation of the universities. And the idea is to give all the profit, all the proceedings from the fund to the universities. We ask them for basically two things. First is time-limited exclusivity, and the second one is to standardize the tech transfer somehow. Thank you, it's the last one, thanks. The thing is that the money and the investment here is just the last thing, and I think we will talk about it more, but the fund has to help the universities also with IP, with scouting, with acceleration, etc., etc. The modus operandi here is EIF is basically selecting the team, but we as an investment committee and as a ministry, we are quite, let's say, active. So we are somewhere between the, let's say, usual cooperation with EIF and between your company. So we are very actively preparing the term sheets. We are very actively participating in the discussions with the universities and basically setting the whole scheme. So just for the overview.
Yeah, thank you very much for this. In our discussion and as a general research, we found out that different countries structure their funds differently because of course, national reasons and other ecosystem reasons. But to jump in more in the topic of the technology transfer funds, maybe a first general question, why are these specific funds even needed? Why can't normal VCs do this job? Do we need dedicated technology transfer funds? Let's put it as the first question. And the second question will be, what do you expect from these funds? Is it like do you expect return? Do you expect ecosystem development and education? So what are the expectations? This would be my two combined questions.
Maybe to start with the first one, from my perspective, it's there is a difference between managing a purely focused VC and technology transfer fund. The risk profile of the tech transfer fund is different. You're supporting companies that are building prototypes at the early stage, and you need to really involve and actively make the bridge between the academia and the business. You need to have a model, and all the research universities need to have specific guidelines on how they're going to set up and manage the tech transfer at their premises, in a sense that how the IP is maintained, who owns it later on once you make a spin-off in a SPV, how the fund is really supporting the process, and what are the viable exit strategies later on. For our fund of funds, this will be the second attempt because during the current programming period we also had resource for the tech transfer fund, but because of the COVID pandemic the money was reallocated for the React EU program, which was basically non-collateralized working capital loans for small and medium enterprises. Which had extended grace period, extended repayment period, and it provided additional liquidity to them to really pass through this pandemic time. And we are only now starting to build the framework for the next programming period, where we have a dedicated resource of 60 million euro, 50 million financial instrument, and 10 million in grant, which is going to be deployed in a single operation. This is the novelty within the new programming period, because this 10 million for grant allow either support through technical assistance or to fund investment part which is non-commercially viable. And it will really help the fund managers to not only provide the financial resource, but also some specific technical aspects that might be needed at such an early stage. So for me, yes, it's really difficult for the pure VC. We are going to a selection process that will most probably start beginning of next year. And we really expect our fund managers that will be deploying the resource to really have the expertise and to be like a one-stop shop with all the tech transfer offices at the universities, with the science labs, with the tech parks, and really to build and foster an ecosystem here locally.
Thank you. Jan, in your opinion, because your tech transfer fund is going to be specifically for artificial intelligence.
Indeed. I 100% agree with Pavel that risk profile is the main reason for any tech transfer fund to be funded from, let's say, public sources. It's a basically different animal. But specifically in AI, we found one major problem, and that's IP, that's intellectual property. sometimes you don't even have anything to transfer. It can be open source, it can be based on open source, it can be also, you know, part of the PhD work that is not like a part of the employee contract. So I don't want to get into the legal technicalities, but this is the reason why we set up this fund, to be on the sides of the universities. We have some inspiration from, let's say, successful foreign stories. This one is specifically from Bar-Ilan University in Tel Aviv, the so-called Unboxed Ventures. It's not the same, it's not a copy-paste, but we have this inspiration back then in 2019, and a bit before the COVID, but of course with this, let's say, second age of AI, second wave, this is going to be definitely huge. But I would add the IP problems as very important.
Yeah, we will talk about them a little bit later. So to understand this, are you also targeting foreign investors in your fund, or is it fully covered by the ministry?
Well, it's again a little bit legal question, because basically in tech transfer you don't have to follow just the guidelines. You can have 100% investment from public money. Of course, it's a little bit more complicated, but it is possible. We basically do not actively seek any other funding, because this is a pilot program. This is the pilot fund, and the others shall be set up in different areas like quantum and you know, data and basically all the strategic technologies, as I said before. However, we want the private VCs to be, let's say, very close to the fund. Mm-hmm. So we see this fund to be between the universities and the VCs, to basically help to close the gap between the VC money and VC world and the startup world and the university. So it should be some kind of bridge.
Okay. So going to the, let's say, to the university and the scientists, the two funds are like, one is for the Czech Republic, the other for Bulgaria, and of course one of the goals is to support and to build this ecosystem, how there can be science-based innovation, IP-based innovation. That means that the investment should be also more or less in national IP, national companies, national universities. How do you, the question is to both, how do you differentiate? Is it like does the university has to be a stakeholder, or is it enough when the scientist is Czech, Bulgarian, or should the company be in Czech, Bulgaria, or what is the game?
With us, mainly the main requirement is that, given that we are disbursing public money from the European structural investment funds, we have a requirement, the benefit to be for the programming region, which in our case is Bulgaria. So we are targeting end beneficiaries that meet the eligibility criteria and are either based in Bulgaria or are linked to the development of a product or innovation or even IP that will be somehow commercialized here locally. It's very important to stress that from a policy standpoint, we are going to measure the performance of the fund based on different criteria, and some of them are the total number of investees that they're going to make depending on the stage, because these 60 million that I mentioned are either going to be split in two funds, one at seed stage and another one at commercialization. And the other option is to have one fund with two separate compartments. Both options have positives and negatives, and we are currently in the process of evaluating which is the best one. We are going to start market consultations at the beginning of next year and invite counterparties that are interested and could really support us in structuring the most applicable framework for the market. Another aspect that we're going to really evaluate is the introducing new products in their own portfolio for the companies, or new products on the overall market here locally. And they need to be collaborating with research organizations. This is very important for us. And as part of the objectives of the operational programs, we really need to somehow have 3 verticals, and this is to create a knowledge-driven economy, socially inclusive, and really innovation-inclined. So for us, the collaboration with research organizations, science labs, tech parks, and universities, it's of primary importance. It's one ecosystem, and if we want the tech transfer fund to work, we really need to engage all of them.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, the short answer would be yes, we need to have some genuine link with the Czech research ecosystem, because it's basically established or funded by the Czech government. However, those are EU money, and we are trying to be as flexible as possible. So, for instance, we don't have any, let's say, hard criteria there. The reason is that we know that, for instance, especially in AI, the scientists are already cooperating on the European level. For instance, in this Horizon Lighthouse Center of Excellence calls. So we are not definitely limiting the fund operations to just Czech Republic, or any size of that to be in Czech Republic. I personally also believe that it doesn't make any sense if you don't have to, for a middle-sized EU country to have such a limitations. So we have a very close ties with our neighbors. So basically, we know that majority of the research that is transferable is done together with the universities, either in Germany or Austria or in Slovakia or in Poland. So basically, it wouldn't make any sense. So we are trying to be as flexible as possible as the EU and the RF allows us.
Do you have in the Czech Republic some kind like a playbook regarding the IP? Does the university own it? Does the scientist owns it? Is it case by case, like different universities, different regulations? Is it? Do you have a national regulation about this?
There is a national regulation, but it is not as specific as any playbook. This is one of the things we want the universities to come with and to have as a standard, at least for this fund, for cooperation with this fund. So there will be some kind of agreement between the participating universities, the research universities, and the fund manager. And based on this agreement, the participating universities will split the proceedings from the fund. But that is one of the 2 things we are asking universities to provide. That is the playbook for the tech transfer in AI. At least to have some kind of spin-off agreement in case you cannot transfer the IP because it's open source, for instance. We definitely want them to allow the scientists to work both on research and on the startups. Because if the university feels the startup is a part of its own activities somehow, or the profit will go back to the university and will most probably, or I hope, fund the research. So the researcher should have some flexibility and some time to work both on the research and on its own company. I mentioned Israel. That's definitely the role model for this let's say cooperation.
Yes, in Austria, where I'm based, they also look for the Israeli model. So it seems like a successful one. And I think in Bulgaria also, regarding this IP regulation, also we'll have to build this best practices or maybe playbook, because at the end of the day, the investors, in my opinion, would prefer that the majority of the shares stay at the scientists, the co-founders, and not too much at the university, who at the beginning have an important role, but then are not on the operative level so active. Do you want to share some thoughts on that?
Yeah, I definitely concur with the statement, and for us it's even more important because the fund that we're going to structure are closed-ended funds, meaning they have a specific investment period, after which they have a specific holding period, and they need to have a viable exit strategy, which means that the product that they support at either a proof of concept stage or a commercialization stage It needs to have a viable path forward for the fund manager really to realize we are not necessarily seeking return in terms of being the public resource, but if we manage to collect back some of the money that we have invested, we can reallocate it to the economy one more time. These reflows, we are also flexible to really deploy them again. So for us, the exit strategy should be the focus of the investors. And another aspect is that the public resource that we distribute, we have depending on because we operate under state aid regimes, and we have a requirement to attract additional private capital, either at fund level or on a co-investment scheme. So this private capital, they seek their return. And they also want the product to be really viable for the market at a later stage.
Yeah, so not a charity program. As we are here talking about CE countries, statistics shows that in our region, universities are like not among the European or global top performers. So investors ask, will there be a big enough pipeline for spin-offs and for investment targets? Of course, this is an ecosystem question. We also with spin-off initiative here, we try to raise the awareness, we try to connect. On the one hand side, it can be that there is enough pipeline, but it should be made more visible, it should be educated. The negative point can be that we have to look and there is not enough quality because when I looked at other funds, for example, in Germany and Austria, the case is not just to invest. They want to invest in the best, not just invest in some spin-offs. You know, it's not just to do it. They want to earn money out of it. So I don't know if you have an overview about the pipeline of the university. Do you expect that with some awareness, education, events and others, we will manage to build this pipeline, or do you have it already in the Czech Republic?
Maybe let me answer this also together with your previous question. I forgot about. Sorry, it's about, for us, it's a strategic bet. AI is a strategic bet since 2018 when we started with the national AI strategy, like one of the first EU countries, and the reason is quite simple. Basically, you probably know AVG and Avast companies, like the antiviruses. They already merged now with Norton into Gen, so it's a US company. And our aim is to build something like this in AI. Our economy is heavily dependent on automotive, and we all know that this is not basically easy area to operate today and in coming years. So we need to build a new companies like being the drivers of our economy. But to be more specific, we have to be also like profitable. And it's by the way given by the EIF statute that we need to have this fund as a for-profit oriented, and that can be a little bit of disadvantage. However, we want to focus on quality, not really quantity. That's one thing we can do with the public money and with this fund. That's the flexibility we have. So I don't think we have a huge pipeline of AI companies, but I do believe, and we have some numbers about it, that we have a lot of research that can be a very good basis for building a big companies, a big things. So, and then of course the co-investors from the let's say private side, purely private side, will ensure that this will happen. However, the quality, not the quantity, is definitely the motto of this fund.
I think in our case it's the same. We all together as an ecosystem have to educate, support, and cooperate in order to build quality pipelines in Bulgaria, and I think that's in whole Eastern Europe the same. maybe last question for a short answer. We spoke about the best practices. So where do you get inspiration? What would you say are like best practices? Is it like really Israel? We had Imperial College UK here. Is it like Germany or US or some other countries? So what would be best practices? And maybe if you want also to cover where do you see future trends in technology transfer? Maybe even if it's like a suggestion or a wishful fantasy.
For us, in terms of overall instruments, we're closely monitoring and in constant dialogue with peer institutions throughout the other European member states. A good example I could really point is Poland, Lithuania, very far ahead in terms of the instrumentarium and how they really deploy the instruments, what methods and how they select the financial intermediaries. Also Slovakia, Czech Republic. In terms of technology transfer, for me, really the Hellenic Development Bank is a very good example, and we could really learn a lot because they managed with a small resource to really do a lot of value add and expand it, and I would be really glad to engage in dialogue with them because we are about to start where they already have some experience gained. And I really believe that it's integral part to be involved with all the institutions across Europe because we are bound by the same regulatory framework, given that we are deploying European structural investment funds. And of course, we can also share best practices from our side because in total, we have supported more than 3,000 companies during the past programming period, which is a testament that our instruments are really market-oriented.
Yeah, basically the same. I also came here to exchange our experience and to learn from Bulgarian experience. But let me be more specific in the terms of IP and let's say legal stuff. We are definitely looking to Germany and Austria because we have very close to them in the legal, let's say, in the terms of legal ecosystem. So definitely institutions like Fraunhofer.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned in the previous talk to you, would like to welcome you in Austria and make also some meetings there with institutions who are also in this area. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the insights. Thank you for having us, and we pass the mic to Christina.
I always like the talk about money. Okay, and investment, thank you. It was a privilege to have you both on stage. Okay, I will represent the next speaker with my personal story. So, last time I was in Greece, I met a quite inspirational person who told me his work connected with measuring the health impact, so-called health economy. Initially, as a chair of a health and life science cluster, I thought, okay, how it's working, but actually it is working. And I'm sure that he will share with us a very, very interesting know-how. We have a common conversation connected with innovation, with reports, with analysis. I'm happy, and among the audience later on, of course, there will be a very good meeting with the director of Bulgarian Patent Bureau. She's here with us. So I think the conversation just started. So big applause for Dr. Emanuel Alexandrakis, who is served as consultant and global strategist for promotion of the health economy at WE4 Institute and a new German independent economic research organization with global research. So big applause for him. Actually, to be honest, his presentation is almost one page I'm supposed to read, but we don't have this time. For sure, during the network, he will share how many hats he also combines. So welcome. Make me feel shy now. Oh, no, no. It is pleasure, privilege, and thank you for joining us. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much for your very, very kind words. I'm waiting for my PPT. What's that? You need my little stick? No problem. We'll do it fast. It says Bulgaria enhanced. So thank you very, very much. It's such an honor, and I'm so thrilled to be invited because I've been listening to a lot of fascinating discussions. And I was really pleased to hear from Mr. Pavel Lisev about the Hellenic Development Bank. So I will speak to you about two things today, just touch upon very basic concepts. One is the health economy, and I will tell you why I believe the health economy is important to measure. And the second topic, do you have the thing that changes the slides? Remote control? Ah, it's there, I got it. So it's not up yet. And the second thing is I will give you just some very brief information on the Hellenic Development Bank's patent fund that I'm very proud to be one of the founding members of this. I'm also on the board audit board of the Hellenic Development Bank, so we are doing a lot of things in terms of innovating in financial tools. So one of the things that I would like to start with before my presentation comes on the screen is tell you why I'm really happy to share these things in this specific forum and this specific conference. I have to kind of, give some of the credit to Christina Eskenazi because she's the one that actually dropped the most critical idea last time that we met in Athens, Greece, during a conference. That of the lack of a critical mass in the region. We are not, as a region, apparent to venture capital funds. We're small. So what we have to do is we actually have to increase deal flows. We have to join forces. So I will talk about that. Now, the two organizations, and I thank them very, very much, that co-organized the health and life clusters of Bulgaria, represented by Christina Eskenazi and Dimitar, Dimitrov, and the AI cluster, Redzheb, Kaloyan, and I thank you very much. Let me tell you something that a friend of mine, Robert Sandelius, says to connect these two topics. The job that AI technology has to do, and in healthcare, and talking about healthcare, I'm talking about people's wellness, people being healthy, is outside of healthcare. That's the most important part. So yes, there's a lot of work done currently with AI technology in clinical processes, but the big part to keep the population well is the work of AI outside of healthcare, how we eat, how we live, and so on. So just keep that as a note, because I think this is the strongest connecting factor. So let me see how this thing works. I think it's moving on the wrong way. So I will give you a new perspective of thinking of investments and thinking of metrics. I heard all of you. I think Mr. Houf spoke about data. I think you mentioned it and you all discussed it. We're talking about innovative technology. We are talking about innovative entrepreneurship. And we are talking about health, and we're talking about competing, if I may say, investments. Because societies, private and public funds, have to invest in specific things. So what I want to actually argue is that we should start measuring the impact that anything that touches health and wellness has on our lives. And that's what I will talk about. And if we really cannot measure this, we cannot fix anything. And we are coming in hard times of fiscal constraint, of difficult time for public sectors of countries, and so on. So, along with WIFOR Institute, we are pushing the idea of measuring what we call the health economy. So why do we do this? Because stakeholders have to start talking on a common denominator. So companies, associations like yours, governments, policymakers, and so on, should start thinking of how to think with the same evidence-based, and I heard this word again from your panel, evidence-based metrics. So why is the health economy as a distinct sector, that's how we view it, important? It includes all activity, therefore all investments, that relate to having people healthy and having a healthy population. So health economy is by nature enhancing an innovation ecosystem. And this is what we're talking about now. It is strongly linked with all other economic sectors. So we have strong linkages, strong multiplying effects of health with agriculture, health with entertainment, health with manufacturing, and so on. Healthier populations lead to more GDP contribution. We're talking about an impact along a supply chain. Healthcare is just the last stage of this supply chain. So there are a lot of things that can be done in the middle. And it significantly affects growth, employment, but also wealth, resilience, and stabilities of economies. During the corona crisis, we noticed that countries that have measured the health economy, and it is one of the big producers of GDP, were more resilient and got out of the crisis much, much faster. We have data worldwide on this fact. And if wealth at the end of the day is distributed more equitably, then societal prosperity is also strengthened. So just think of this magic square, as we are, as economists used to say, about how the health economy can help to consolidate health policies with economic policies. The private and public sectors have one bank, one set of resources. It's either going to go here or there. So we have to make smart investments. So we have to measure impacts of those investments. And this really needs an alignment of health policies and macroeconomic policies. So the health economy is all those activities, according to the National Accounting System, that contribute to better health. IT services, banking services, insurance services, R&D, and all the things that we have been discussing are part of this economy. So think how important it would be to position the activity of these clusters in our countries, to know what is the GDP contribution of the AI, of the health, life science clusters in the Bulgarian economy. And I can bet you it's not the same as the one in the Nigerian economy, and so on. So we should stop looking at health expenditures, no matter where they're leading to, as costs, but we should view them as investments. And as an investment, we need to measure the returns of investment. All investors, public or private, care about that. Well, we're not doing it. Why? Because we don't have metrics, and we haven't conceived this. What is happening in most of our countries, the Minister of Health is trying to get money from the Minister of the Economy to boost up the healthcare system. That's not the way to move forward. That's not going to work. Just to give you an idea, this sector that we're talking about, and the one that I suggest worldwide to position your type of activity in, the so-called health economy, contributes 6.3 trillion US dollars in the world, so that's twice the GDP of France, and it creates almost 6% of employment worldwide, global, so that's something less than 200 people. That's a lot of people. And the European numbers are comparable. In Germany, that we have really deep dived for the past 12 years with Wi-Fi Institute in these analyses. These are satellite accounts that we measure activities in health and other sectors. Every 8th euro that is produced in Germany is related to the health economy, and every 6th job is also related to the health economy. So we are promoting this idea, and everything that we're saying is also connected to the SDG 3. If we have better health, you see how SDG 8, better and most equitable development, SDG 11, environmental, everything falls in place. We just don't measure it, so we don't know what our investment is actually giving back to us, in terms of society, mostly. So we have, by measuring the impact of the health economy, we have an evidence-based insights and monitoring that could support our decision making, and we can know how to better allocate investments. We can also have comparability. Chancellor Angela Merkel, when she realized that the health economy in Germany was bigger than the automobile industry, she was shocked. Can you understand what a difference this makes in the concept? But we don't know it. Why? Because health is interconnected. AI is interconnected with health and vice versa. So this is the macroeconomic approach that we are promoting. And, you know, time has come that we have to start looking at health expenditure as investments and measuring with metrics. And the metric that we suggest is the gross value added, the contribution to GDP and employment. So let me share a few words. Mr. Lisev mentioned it before, so I will make an announcement, because really we haven't announced it officially, although we have established the structure. But I'm really pleased, and I can say that I'm repeating myself now, inspired by Mrs. Skenazi, by Christina Skenazi on this, because of size. So what we are doing in Greece is we have established a structure that is a hybrid financial tool, and that we call the patent fund. So we noticed that there is a market failure. The market actually has a gap between these brilliant ideas on the one hand and between innovative entrepreneurship on the other hand. So what we did is, of course, noticing that almost less than half of the applications worldwide, that's not only in Greece, it's everywhere, that are filed for a patent are approved, and out of those, just 1 out of 20, 5, 6, 7% maximum are the patents that are effectively, successfully commercialized. What we noticed is that we have to propel this ecosystem. And how can we do it? Well, we thought of strengthening the Greek scientific and innovative entrepreneurial activity, of patent filings, so increase the number of patents. Secondly, leveraging on the geographical strength of connecting our ecosystems, and I will suggest what we are thinking of. And thirdly, educating, guiding these people. So you talked about the universities, how they behave depending on the legal structures and so on. So we are trying to be a consolidator. Now, what we have done up to this point, and this is the plan, we will be giving up to 470,000 euros per patent. Phase A will be up to 70,000 euros. So a company established in Greece, this is our limitation, but I will tell you what I suggest, how we can make this more geographically stable, will be able to secure its IP rights globally. So if they care about the US market, we'll pay that amount. If the patent succeeds, then they're eligible to move on phase 2 of the project. There we will fund up to 400,000 in applications to get the so-called minimum viable product. Now, there are two scenarios. One is there's a patent, in this case, and the patent finds an investor through our networks. Then we take the debt, whatever has been paid for the patent and the applications, and we transfer this into equity in the company. The Hellenic Development Bank Patent Fund keeps a small little share so it can have money coming into its pocket. That's how we do it, so we can keep on growing the ecosystem. If it doesn't, and this is news, we transfer it, make it a grant through public funding and European Union funding. So this means that this is a risk-free venture effort for the innovator, for the inventor. And this is something that I have not seen in other countries. So we are actually pioneering in this field. If it succeeds, then we proceed and we assist this company to go to the next stage and so on. So just to get an idea, whoops, this thing is not working. It's not moving. Ah, here it is. So this is what I just told you. We're going to be actually having a portfolio for the first round that will amount to 23 million. So small amounts of money. We don't need many because we can have a lot of patents. And for the second round, it's going to be 30 million. There's an algorithm based on statistics of how this money circulates and so on. So let me just end by saying one thing. I'm sure that some of you, at least in this room, have noticed the sluggish ecosystem at the exit stage European environment. There were, I think, the first half of 2023, I remember reading that there were 3.5 billion of acquisitions. This means that if we continue until the end of the year in Europe at this rate, we will have a fall of 80% as compared to 2022. So we're doing something wrong. I think this is the warning factor. We have to propel ecosystems. So what we are doing in Greece, to end my presentation, is we are making this hybrid financial tool. We already have an agreement with Israel. That's another regional big player. And as many of you mentioned, they're far ahead of us, of our countries, in terms of commercializing entrepreneurship. And they have geographical reasons to be partnering with us. So we are connecting with them in a way. And my suggestion to Mr. Lisev will be, let us do the same thing with Bulgaria. Let us share our pipelines, our deal flows, our strengths. We can do it. I've discussed it in the board of our company, of our organization. We are for these cooperations. It's a win-win-win for everyone. So I'm actually challenging your structural institutions to work with this. Thank you very, very much, and all the best of luck.
Well, I love my job, and Manuel proved it. Of course, two things that it's quite urgent for us. The first of all, we have a dream, finally, to have in Bulgaria together to make this health economy report. And the second thing, patent fund, when? I hope very soon. Quite impressive. Okay, so our next speaker in early 2000 founded the first international example of a university hospital-based living lab, who is dedicated to science, innovation, social impact. Today he will share with us his experience. He's really, really impressive as biography. So please big applause for Professor Nick Gudeburg, who is the Professor of Healthcare and Public Health, also here representative of DHI cluster. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for your kind words, Christina, and thank you very much for being here in Bulgaria. So I'm a bit nervous about the sort of context of my talk. Can you show me the next slide? So I could talk about startups. I could talk about policy making. I could talk about the instruments and the different elements from patents and pathways to the market. So typically what I currently do is I'm commuting a little bit between the policy level and the actual implementation improvement of healthcare. And throughout my career, I was fortunate to be in the Netherlands as a young doctor, working in a university hospital in the early 2000s, where this sort of cluster strategy in the Netherlands, but also in other places, came up, open innovation, as a sort of environment to think about a different way how to work on solutions for healthcare. And it should have a sort of science impact, an economic impact, and of course bring solutions to patients. So the Netherlands was typically well organized between hospitals, medical schools, industry, connected in regions, and the regions had their particular strengths already from history. So at that time, the government developed a strategy for the country to strengthen regions, to specialize and to propel, as said, the ecosystems or clusters. Next slide, please. So companies like Philips, Medtronic, DSM company, there were various pharma companies were located, and they looked for access to a clinical environment for research and maybe also for some market uptake. So according to that sort of idea, okay, we should strengthen the local collaborations, the local partners, and also work on sort of investments. There was a sort of plan, and this was a sort of national approach. As a young doctor, I was responsible for coordinating some of the research and etc. So at that time, and I think still in many other countries, in hospitals, departments, working with primary care, local communities of healthcare professionals, was very fragmented. So Department of Surgery, where I worked, didn't collaborate much with rehabilitation. I do work a lot in Central and Eastern Europe on improving healthcare system, and still the fragmentation is a lot in place. Still in the Netherlands we have problems with collaboration between those partners to provide proper care, but also to work on innovation projects. So what I discovered a bit intuitively within a hospital setting is that if you combine my colleagues, etc., you help them with getting funding and give them some support in doing what they like to address their questions, it soon became successful. It was a sort of engine of innovation. I could walk through the hospital in the morning and discuss with my colleagues about their problems, about their ideas, and I had a shopping bag full of good ideas to start a project fund. So in my department, this became a success, and soon it translated to my own department, which was called the Medical Field Lab. I'm not sure you can read the slides, but probably they are available. So what the key message I learned at the time was, sorry, can you go a slide back? Support is really key in this process. So, because all these fragmented partners within organization and between organization, they have their talents. Thank you so much. They have their talents, but in order to get, for example, access to funding or to have an access to networks, industry, investors, other support type of organizations, to make it efficient, you need a support organization, and that became my medical field lab. And it was very different from a technology transfer office, which is traditionally focused on patents and etc. Had it more inside-out focus, while my focus was not only inside-out, but also outside-in. How do I get my colleagues connected with relevant industry or end users, and that process also in co-creation design. That was all early stage. The words hardly exist at the time, but intuitively it worked. And the example in my hospital translated also to the other university hospitals. And it was a sort of engine, a sort of internal process to support all those people in making their sort of ideas into realization. So support is really critical. And also tomorrow we talk about funding instruments, and some previous speakers also talked about funding instruments, but for the most doctors, health professionals, startups, it's very difficult to have access. So you need a proper support also for this to make it work for Bulgaria. What we also know from other countries and from the Commission, sure you get organization access to funding, but actually to make it a working engine, countries like the Netherlands, Germany, the UK, who are consuming most of the budget, they have these infrastructures in place. And that's something which we have to think of on how to organize. Because it's not only about a university, it's not only about the local startup or the businesses, but it is also how they are linked to the cluster at the regional level, in Varna, in Panikurice, in Sofia, in Plovdiv, but also how they linked together. The major breakthroughs in the Netherlands, why it became such a powerhouse of research and innovation, was partly because they all were connected and collaborated, at least for some years. So what we also find is in many of these ecosystems there's a lot of competition and people don't talk to each other. So that is at the regional, national level really a point of attention. Most clusters like Oxbridge, the Netherlands, Heidelberg, the Nordics, partly because they are so successful is that they have a history of pharma industry, of medtech, etc. Countries like Bulgaria, who are relatively new entrant or a new, let's say, or relatively small, let's say, capacity or resources in terms of pharma development, they have to rethink how they can stand out compared to the existing cluster internationally. And it's very difficult to build up these sort of traditional sectors in a very short period of time. So the opportunities for these countries, mentioned also Lithuania, Estonia, Romania, are partly on how you make this thing work. And that's in collaboration, making good use of your support system or making them in place. So this local level, national level, and also what I discovered working in Brussels is that often the Brussels representatives for funding are not always well connected to the discussions with the big players. So if you're not aware of funding opportunities or ongoing discussions about anticipating a call or a new development of a program, then you're always behind with making benefit of this. So therefore also the European connection is so important. And here you see the complexity of a better performing Bulgaria. You have to, at all these levels, is well organized. Well, you can learn, because the practices are there. So there you can learn from. But usually the challenge in most countries is how to organize this internally. Who's responsible? How do you get the people connected? And the relevant expertise in place. So that's also probably what we can help with networking. Where you also can make a difference is that the problem is that the uptake of all these solutions is really problematic. So economically wise, about 2/3 of our growing expenses are going into innovation and so-called new improvements, but they hardly contribute to better outcomes. So the cost rise in the Netherlands is only 1/3 explained by a rise of demand in care and chronic conditions, but 2/3 the cost rise is innovation and innovations which doesn't work. More than 95% of startups are failing. Almost, it's useless. So, and that's not the problem that the ideas are bad or the people are lacking proper skills. It's in the uptake, in the system. So if you are able to work on better improvement at the system side, the use of solutions in healthcare, which really are meaningful for patients, there you can make a difference. And of course we have a European market, but if you could create a platform in Bulgaria where you can both develop new solutions which makes it better for Bulgarian people, but at the same time show the sort of uptake, this will attract investors. Here you will make use cases and best practice for other countries. This makes you attractive as a partner in co-creation and innovation. I think that's doable. There are already some platforms in Bulgaria. So I think besides all this talk about opportunities and funding and good ideas of startups, I think that's true. But if we really want to make a difference in Bulgaria, we also have to think very pragmatic and how to think on a structural level how we get this sort of expertise and support in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you again to hearing such inspirational speeches. My privilege to be here, and yeah, that's why I'm doing this event, and I hope the colleagues are also sharing my opinion. Right now, I want to invite on stage one of our organizers, Paulina Chotrova. I already mentioned we want a special thanks to Google Developer Group from Plovdiv who's supporting this event. So, Pauli, what is next?
Hello again, everyone. We had a very wonderful conversations talking about Spinoff and about innovation. But when we talk innovation, we need to talk about technology as well. So now I want to invite to the stage two of our new partners, Laura Ivanova from Google Cloud and Alexander Alexiev from Pure Cloud, which is the company that won the award Google Cloud Partner of the Year. Welcome on the stage. They will share more about what these companies are doing and what are the tools that support the startups and the companies and bring innovation easier to every one of us.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Although I'm kind of humbled after these speeches before me, now we're going to talk about something much less complicated, I presume, than politics and funds. But we're going to take a brief look at generative AI and the Google's Vertex.AI platform and what Google brings to the table in terms of AI. Let's see. So first off, we're going to take a brief look at the history of AI. Then we're going to take a look at the Google Cloud's AI portfolio. And lastly, we'll show a short demo. So let's talk about the evolution of AI. As you're aware, might be, for the past 70 years, AI has been developing. And it's actually a very large area in which multiple advancements have been made. But originally, the concept was very simple. AI is defined as a technique which allows machines to mimic human behavior. So any such technique is considered artificial intelligence. So at first, for example, a chess playing program would predict the moves of a human player. But in order for it to do that, it must have been pre-programmed. Every move of it should have been initially calculated and entered into the program so that it can actually make the predictions. But as advancements happen in the field, machine learning was developed. And this actually allowed computers to learn based on data, make predictions and take decisions, which broadened the perspective of the field and made it very lucrative, although not as famous as it is now. But with the advancements in machine learning, we arrived at deep learning, which is kind of the latest craze and subfield of machine learning. So deep learning actually allowed computers to make complex, nonlinear, and highly dimensional relationships in large data sets. This is its power, and also it enables computers to make end-to-end mappings of input and desired output without much human intervention. In simpler terms, this means that basically you put something in a black box and you hope that it will give you a proper answer, and we have found the ways for us to teach the machine how it would give us the proper answer. And this is where its strength lies. Now, deep learning utilizes neural networks, and those are, well, artificial neural networks. Those existed for much more time than AI existed, but we're trying to mimic the human brain and how it works. So we'll take a somewhat simple approach and an overview over what neural networks are and what they consist of. Now, it might seem daunting looking at such a picture, but basically these are neurons like in the human brain. You have each neural network has an input layer, an output layer, and one or more hidden layers in between. And in these layers, you would have neurons, and these neurons are like weights. They tell you if you put some data inside, how much would that data correspond to a certain topic or area, and then in the end, the model will give you a prediction or a decision or generate something new based on the association it made. So let's talk a little bit more about what these neurons consist of. So every neuron has parameters. These parameters are weights and biases, and what they do is they determine how strong this neuron activates whenever data passes through it. And biases allow for activation of neurons or disabling these neurons whenever the information that passes through the network is irrelevant to that neuron. For example, let's say a human wants to run, so what activates in his neural pathways in his brain would allow him to move his limbs, but we don't want him at the same time to try and smell something, for example, because we are focused on the action of moving, not smelling, for example, although we most often do not do the same simultaneously. So, in essence, neural networks are just a bunch of parameters with weights which change depending on the training mechanism that we use to teach the neural network on how to behave. And this training is done in a very complicated manner, but in essence, you would put data inside the neural network, and whenever it spits out an output, you would want to correct that output so that it matches to your desired outcome. And the difference between the desired outcome and what is outputted from the network is basically something that you would like to reduce as much as possible, and this is done via backwards propagation process, which basically looks at the end result and starts calculating in a backwards manner how it arrived at this output, and modifies each neuron's weights so that the end result would be as much similar as possible to the desired outcome. So, in essence, we have gone through the history of how we arrive at deep learning, but deep learning in itself has multiple subsets of fields, and one of which is generative AI, which is the most famous one at the moment, and around which many products are being built and many companies are seeing potential value. But how exactly does it differ from other types of fields? Basically, generative AI tries to generate new data. Its value comes from the fact that it's capable of doing that, whereas other fields like discriminative type of models specialize in doing a distinction between classes. For example, you have a dog and a cat, and you're training your model to make distinction between the two, and then you want to make sure that your camera in your yard only detects dogs. So you ask it to do that, and you would use a discriminative model because it would be specially trained to distinct between dogs and cats. It will be specialized in that way. Whereas with generative AI, you wouldn't want to use a generative model because what it does, it learns distribution of data. This means that it looks for patterns and understands what a dog might look like, and it specializes in the ability to generate a dog out of the data that you have given it, not to distinguish between a dog and a cat. Although it is capable of doing that, it's not as efficient as a discriminative model. So why exactly are we talking about generative AI? Up to this point, in traditional programming, we had to specifically program an application for it to be able to recognize what a cat is. Then, with the development of AI, we were able to provide training sets of data to neural networks, and then they could make the distinction for themselves without seeing a cat from before that. So it's not implicitly described, explicitly described. And now we can just feed a bunch of random books which might contain cats inside them, and if they did, whenever we ask the model, hey, can you describe what a cat is, the model will actually generate some content for you. And in some cases, if depending on the training data, these cats will be very similar to the real world cats. In other content, they might have 10 fingers, who knows? Sometimes people hide the fingers within AI-generated images. So, to summarize, the great value of generative AI comes from its ability to reason with existing data, extract hidden meanings even from it, and then generate entirely new content. And on top of that, what's more important is that it can learn from new data that you provide. And in these days, every company can become a data company, because most businesses so far had to have a dedicated team of data scientists. They had to gather analytics and data and so forth in order to be able to make analysis and predictions for their products. But nowadays, using generative AI, we could use any company's data, website, shop, internal documentation, and start generating new content. So it's like a treasure trove which is waiting to be used and utilized via generative AI products. However, there are also multiple types of models based on the use case. There's text-to-text models, which allow you to input text, and they would generate text in result, but this could be for the purpose of classification. For example, you would like to know if something is a dog or a cat, or it could be for document summarization. Or you could want to generate a new book. Sometimes you don't know what to write in an email, and you could ask the generative AI model to do that for you. And it will write a pretty good email in most cases. Then you would have text-to-image models, and these are used for image editing and image generation. Of course, you must have heard of multiple such models making breakthroughs these days, and a lot of them can do very realistic images, while others specialize in fantasy kind of settings. On the other hand, we also have text-to-video models. They're a little bit, well, they're more complicated text-to-image models, which multiply the amounts of images in order to produce an actual picture. And lately, they've been heavily utilized in the gaming industry. And lastly, we have text-to-task models, and they specialize in automation, software agents, and virtual assistants. For all of these models and more of Google products, I would like to invite to the stage Laura Ivanova to talk to you about Google AI's portfolio. So please welcome her with applause.
Hello, everybody. My name is Laura Ivanova. I'm part of Google Cloud, and I work as key account manager for Google Enterprise customers. So I don't know what percentage of you are coming from technology or from a business roles. Actually, I decided to check if you I would like to ask you if you raise your hands in order, because my idea was to adapt a bit my presentation. So what percentage of you are engaged in the technical roles? Okay, then I will mix it a bit, and I will try to combine two presentations. First of all, Google Generative AI portfolio. When we talk about Google Generative AI portfolio for a business, we are used to talk about Vertex.AI, our generative AI platform launched in 2021. And this platform actually offers solutions for each and every employee of the organization, for the business, with the already prepared solutions like Contact Center AI, Document AI, Risk Assessment AI. We have also solutions for developers and practitioners. Vertex.AI works mainly in two pillars, search and conversational AI. And thanks to this enterprise innovative, faster platform, you can easily create your own AI experience and your own AI solutions. I wanted to give you an overview of a couple of use cases. For example, to order a food is one option, or create an AI for in-car assistance, or for conversational or travel needs, for virtual agents, for customer support, internal employee ask me bot, virtual showrooms, and let's say website navigation. Now I would like to share some more info related to our Vertex.AI platform and its first pillar, which is AI model gardening. This is our one place to launch various enterprise user journeys. It's a one-stop shop. We use foundation models directly. We tune foundation models, also customize popular open source models, and API assure access to API access to task-specific solutions. Next slide is related to Generative AI Studio, our simple UI for interfacing, experimenting, and tuning models. It's a simple UI for interacting with models. It's, you can tune your models with your own data. You can use the models also in production. And you can use multiple modulates on text, speech, and image recognition. Here I would like to, here I would like to mention that the deployment itself is very easy. It's a one-click deployment, and for sure you won't spend much time on it. Here, next slide is related to our Vertex.AI search. It's it is out-of-the-box personalized semantic search engine to answer complex queries on your data, and you can easily customize thanks to Vertex.AI, you can easily customize machine learning models, embedding and ranking. You can use data connectors, access controls, and enterprise compliances. On top of it, I can say that Vertex.AI, it's an ocean. And each and every day we are announcing some new global availabilities. And for sure, if you need some additional information, you can always get in touch with us, and I will be more than happy, and we will be more than happy to organize a demo or to spend some time with our customer engineers and with our AI team. Why should you? What is the reason for you to use? Oops. Sorry. Yes. What will be the reason for you to choose Google platform? It's an enterprise-ready solution. For sure, it is famous with data governance and privacy. It's secure and built according to the compliance requirements. It's reliable and sustainable, and it's also a responsible AI. Here, actually, one of my latest slides is that it's dedicated on data, because we all know that this is very important topic for each and every company, no matter the fact if it's a vendor or an end company. You control your data, not Google. By default, we do not use customer data to train our models. Your customer data is only processed according to your instructions. Also, you benefit from our privacy experiences and commitments to transparency, compliance with regulations such as GDPR and privacy best practices. And our extensive data governance and security controls provide you with confidence in the protection of your data your customers, users, and employees as well. Here we decided to include one slide. After the presentation, you all will have our decks. And this is one slide. And if you scan the QR code, you will be able to enter our Vertex.AI conversation demo and to play a bit. The demo is, it's a demo and there is the data. It is already initially prepared with data, and you can play with it as well. So this was, sorry. I have some issues with my eyes. This is the reason why I prefer to use my notebook, sorry. So this was our last slide, and once again, if you need some additional info, because AI is an ocean for us, and each and every day we spend some time on educating ourselves and on AI, you can always reach us, and we'll be more than happy to get in touch with, to connect you with our colleagues and to talk more deeply into details. We also have some programs for dedicated on startups. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this wonderful words. We'll be happy to dive in more details in our next journeys together. And now I just want to invite my colleagues, Christina Eskenazi. Just a second. Okay, so we talk about technology, we talk about spin-off, we talk about different variations, how we're implementing this technology through academia, through university. Okay, Christina is coming. Okay, so it is on the way. This is something that we're familiar with.
Yeah, usually you see that I'm trying to, of course, split the work and presentation, but the next speaker is totally mine. And it's my privilege because we already spoke about patents. We already spoke about Spinoff, and we know that Spinoff, science-based innovation company, means to have one, at least, asset, which is the patent. And for me, it's a great honor, and I want to see how actually expert, young, and inspirational is the director of Bulgarian Patent Bureau. So, big applause for Professor Vladia Borisova. Vladia, welcome on stage. You see the magic, and I think a lot of us become more and more positive about the Bulgarian ecosystem by having such inspirational people like you. So, yeah.
You may stay with me if you want, because you said I'm yours, so that's why if you want, we may stay here. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for this excellent presentation. I'm so happy to be a part of this event, and I do really believe that I'll be able to contribute with some additional information. I'll try not to be so specific and to go into the expertise, because I know IP is a field which is not so common. So let's start about what is the role of patents and IP for spin-off success. To answer to this challenging question, maybe we should ask additional questions. Why to innovate? What's the main reason to put so many efforts, money, time, resources to innovate? Why should I protect my innovation? What is the connection between innovation and invention? Is there something different or not? Are they different by themselves or not? What is a patent? Do I need really this patent? What should I do obtaining patent? And what are the benefits of patent, and is it a company's asset or it's not? So many questions we should try at least to find the answer before going into finding the role of intellectual property for the spin-off successful development. Let's start first with the difference between invention and innovation. As we know, to create an invention, usually that takes money, time, intellectual efforts, and a lot of creativity, which means that first we should spend, then maybe we will obtain something. And what we will obtain, of course, if we spend cleverly our money, we will obtain intellectual property, which is trade monopoly over the production of the potential innovation. Which innovation could be the product or the process created through the utilization of the invention. And this innovation actually will get us added value and additional income and profit, which will help us to be successful as a company. Of course, there is no question that there are a lot of benefits from having innovation, but to go to that point, first we should follow the important role of intellectual property to each stage of the value chain of innovation, which means that even in the beginning, before spending money to create invention, we should identify where to do research and development, because this should be the empty field in the technology fields which could be fulfilled with the new knowledge. Otherwise, the market wouldn't be prepared for the new good or service which will be provided as innovation. To do that, the first stage, of course, for the company is to try to find a patent expert. Usually the company thinks that this is very easy to find information in which technical field, let's say robotics, for instance, or artificial intelligence, they should invest to do and to go to some creative works or solution. And they underestimate the efforts to use the database which can provide this kind of information. If the company tries to find a patent expert will go to a SPASnet database, which is the largest database in the world. You see it collects over 140 million dossiers of all the patents in the world, including applications for patents. So through this patent intelligence, which is preliminary for the research and development activities, the company will identify where in the field of technology, which they would like to develop with a later stage of innovation, they should invest to obtain future investments. So after having this information, just imagine the company decides to develop a technical solution in the field of electronicity, and they develop the lightning. If they develop the lightning, the next step is what could be protected as invention. Not everything, not each technical solution could be invention. It should be novel in the way that nobody else in the world already developed this solution. It could be with inventive step, which means that what is developed should support the technical field to go a step forward into its own development. And third requirement for patent protection is this technical solution, which we claim to be patented, actually to be able to be produced via industrial application. If that's not possible, the patent wouldn't be issued because no production will be capable to be developed by the company in a later stage. So when our technical solutions actually meet all those requirements, we can go to obtaining patent for invention. And that's our next question. Why should I protect my invention? What I will receive when I give money and time to develop some technical solution, and why should I go and give more money and more time to obtain patent? Because the answer is because through the patent protection, you will receive exclusive rights. The exclusive right means that you can prevent others from using your invention by producing it or commercialize it. And through that, you can actually stop the competitors and withdraw with your own economic interest the future market when you would like to develop your business activity. So the company with the patent will obtain also intangible asset, which has huge value added because it's intangible and it can be used by several users through licensing. Also, the company will obtain free access to other companies' technologies through cross-licensing, new markets, ensuring the existing markets, new customers, because that's the step forward to the innovation, monopolized rights, which is great, and of course, added value and high income. And the most important quality of the patent is in case of infringement, which means that your competitor could produce the same innovative product as yours if you don't have a patent protection. So in that case, the patent provides you powerful litigation to defend your rights. How we can deal with all those challenges, because I really believe in the fact that this is a huge challenge to manage intellectual property for each company, especially for spin-off and startup companies. How you can manage that? Of course, through developing intellectual property strategy. The intellectual property strategy should be fully aligned with the major business strategy of a company. They should go together ahead, step by step. To align the both strategies, first the company should assess 4 scopes. The first scope is the technological field, where they will do the research and development in order to produce technical solution, which could become invention and then innovation. Then to assess the market, just to be sure that there will be a market niche where this invention or future innovation will be commercialized. Then it should be assessed the territory where to apply for a patent, because in Europe and the precedent system, the protection is different. Never mind that it's always, we are talking about patent. And then the last assessment is about the fund. Do the company have enough funds in the beginning, first for R&D, second for protection, third for development of innovation, then for commercialization, promotion of that invention, and going into new markets. After answering of those 4 scopes of assessment, then both strategies could be aligned, and through this, the match between invention and innovation will be done. The company positive portfolio will be developed. The market which should be covered in the near future will be identified. The competitors, there will be a strategy how to block them. And of course, we will know how to generate added value. So I understand this is a long process, and I understand it's not so easy to deal with these topics. That's why Bulgarian Patent Office, together and under its cooperation with World Intellectual Property Organization, European Patent Office, and American Patent Office, because I said the European and the precedental systems are different, we created a joint master program on intellectual property and technology transfer, which is conducted in Sofia University. The program is fully taught in English, and also there is a lot of experts helping to the business representatives, to the stakeholders, how to learn and through education to be more successful by using and protecting its intellectual property. So you're welcome to join the IP world. And with this, I think I will finish. If there are any questions.
I have a question, always.
Happy.
You know, this dialogue is long time history between us. Thank you very much, because for your that you choose actually to showing what is IP and what is ADOM, especially for the companies. Because from my point of view, the academic, the scientists, they know what is IP, but the company usually they do not consider it. And tomorrow we will speak for European project, for Horizon Europe, and I can assure you that the patent is quite initial part of it. But because I know that we have among the audience, online, offline, people that are already dealing with IP, I have several questions to you. One of the things that we observe that, and probably less company know, that if they make scientific publication, before the IP protection, then the IP protection is doubtful. Probably this could be something interesting to share with our audience, what to consider the companies and the scientists when they're trying, of course, and making scientific publication versus to make a patent.
Yes, that's happened very often. Unfortunately, it concerns only publications which are related with the review of the essence of the invention, potential invention. When you do publicate the essence of the potential invention, actually you destroy the novelty, and that becomes an obstacle for obtaining a patent in a later stage. So that's the main reason. First, go and do preliminary patent search, ask the patent office to do that for you, the company of course. And after receiving the report from this research, if there is indicated that what you develop is new, so it's better to file an application for patent protection and then to do the publication instead to do the opposite. Otherwise, even your patent is new, if you first do the publication, the patent will be refused because of the novelty.
This was an easy question. Let's go to the hard question. Okay, I think information from a report in Vasev BG. Each year they're making a very good overview with the patent, with innovative ecosystem. We're expecting very soon, also at the end of the year, the new report. But in the last report, they said that the Patent Bureau has issued a total 62 patents to 56 Bulgarian companies, which means that the companies are much more active. And tomorrow we'll discuss with university why is that actually quite interesting. And from those 56 Bulgarian companies that are making IP, only 3 are validated by European patent. What does it mean?
Does it mean that that was the will of the applicants, the companies? Everybody decides what is the economic interest, and through the economic interest of the company, they decide which country they would like to point out in the application and later to obtain patent protection. So the company decided not to be a European patent. Maybe they prefer to be only national patent. That's why the situation.
But is it common among the European Union, or this is something, a phenomenon of Bulgaria? Because we have a lot of phenomena.
I think, I may not say is it common or not. It depends, of course, of the user of the service, but maybe the highest taxes for European patent is one of the obstacles, and usually people to choose first national protection, and then maybe they will develop additional invention which will be, for which will be applied for European.
Absolutely, and one last question. It's next to this money issue, let's say so, and investment, but a little bit earlier from Greece we heard something amazing. They having already patent fund. Is it possible Bulgaria also to have patent fund? And what are the requirements or need? Because we as ecosystem, we are ready to support such initiatives. So what do you think? Are we close or far away from patent fund?
I think that each country has its own national specificities. Maybe this is the right one for Greek system. And I do really believe that with the amendment of the new law for research and innovation, where the technology transfer actually is already regulated, all those questions will receive their proper answers.
Great. Thank you, Professor Borisova. Actually, it is a great honor to have you here. And we promised before, with little delay, again, I do it on this stage in front of a lot of people, and we will last forever. well, till we have internet, of course, that we will proactively trying to make more meetup, more workshop dedicated with the ecosystem, with academia, with the scientists, in order to bring better regulation, but not only, why not, better know-how as the IP patent and fund.
Of course, the patent office is always welcoming such kind of initiatives, and if the business representative decides that they need some additional information or assistance how to use the services, we're happy to provide them.
Amazing. Thank you.
Very
Thank you.
much.
Big
Thank
applause for Professor Vladia Borisova. You can see that that's why I'm quite positive. Right now, I will ask Dimitar to go and to collect the next panelist from the networking. It's quite hard inside, outside, but of course, this was one of our initial idea. So, sorry, seems not so digital as I wanted, but sorry for this. Okay, in the next panel, we'll talk about corporation and innovation. Because usually, and so far, we're speaking about spin-offs, where they're coming from the academia. We spoke about spin-offs when they are coming even from the governmental level. We heard several interesting examples from abroad, but to be honest, and what actually Professor Borisova can confirm, most of the spin-offs, successful one in Bulgaria, are coming from corporation. And for me, it's a great honor to invite on the stage amazing corporation representative with whom we'll make this open dialogue. And for those which are startups suffering and thinking how to manage, what to do with my innovation, trust me, the corporations are a very good example. So for me, it's a great pleasure to invite on the stage Hisham Sabri, General Manager of Roche Bulgaria. Hisham? He's outside? Yeah, okay. I will ask colleague Dimitar, go find Hisham. We need him. Okay, but I see that Nikolay Yordanov was absolutely ready to go for him. He is the Managing Director of Contracts, of course. Please welcome on the stage. Yeah, big applause. And for Hisham, because he is coming. Come on, Hisham. Okay, the next representative, it is person that I know for a long time. This is not only representative of corporation, but representative of our unique ecosystem. So for me, it's a great pleasure to say and welcome architect Lubomir Stanislav, CEO of Automotive Cluster Bulgaria. Please applause. He has so many hats on his head that I think they are more than mine even. Not sure how you're doing, Lubu, but you will share, of course. I want also to invite on the stage Associated Professor Ivan Angilov, who is the Director of MP Strategic Management at Sofia University St. Clement Ohridsky, to join us. Okay, where is he? Dimitar, can you please find the Associated Professor? Yeah. As I mentioned, very, very strong networking outside. And with this, just I will switch the mics. Okay. And with this, we can start. I think he will join us. And probably joining to say that probably I'm the first, let's say, students of the new course of MBA. Yesterday, finally, I become part of this. But I want to start with Hisham. Roche, wow, quite impressive. People, everybody know Roche, hearing a lot of things, but actually Roche is much more. It's not only pharmaceutical products, but having a lot of innovation, a lot of services, and also one of the things that is most impressive about you is that you are traveling a lot. You having gained amazing experience in different corporations. So it will be quite interesting for us to understand more from first hand about your activities and, of course, the Roche.
Thank you so much, Christina, and thank you for the kind invitation and congratulations on the success of the conference. It's a great pleasure to be here. So first, my name is Hisham. I come from Egypt. I've been in the healthcare industry for the past 21 years. I was also lucky that I served patients and healthcare systems in different countries, and that was really great honor I had in the past years. About Roche, Roche is a Swiss healthcare company. The company has been established since 1895, so we have celebrated the 125 years anniversary last year. We have also a unique approach that we have both diagnostic division and pharmaceutical division, and that helps us as a company to serve the patient journey and to see really innovation from really different perspectives and different lens. Here in Bulgaria, we have more than 100 employees. We contribute also to more than 50 clinical trials. We have a lot of interest also in supporting patients, so we have more than 10 patient support programs where we support in different parts of the, again, patient journey. And definitely a lot of innovation comes from partnership with different colleagues and partners here in the healthcare ecosystem.
From your opinion, because I know you have this experience worldwide, really, and how you see the environmental medical health innovation ecosystem or environment in Bulgaria compared, of course, to other countries that you have this experience?
So in general, I see that we have a potential to grow more in terms of healthcare system. And I see that we are high on the innovation index, if there is an innovation index or a way to measure the innovation here in Bulgaria. And the rationale for that, that we have big challenges. So the bigger the challenges, the bigger the innovation. Some of the things we are working on with different partners is really clarity on the vision, where we would like to be as a healthcare system. Like in the recent example of COVID, it was a shock for all of us, but also it brought a lot of learnings. So we try to build and help to shape this vision, how we can support in terms of capabilities, in terms of the capacity of the system. But to your question, we see a lot of innovation. We see a very strong private sector. We see a lot of startups. We see a big willing from the academia, like Sofia Medical University and the other universities, to collaborate and to partner for a better outcomes for our patients.
Yeah, for sure. 5 medical universities in Bulgaria, 6 million population. It's something that is need to be considered. Going to Ljubomir Stanislavov. Ljubomir, I don't know where to start from you. Which story is your favorite? As an automotive cluster who bring and make so many possibilities in Bulgaria, or probably one of the most successful, you are CEO also of one of the most successful spin-offs. German spin-offs who came to Bulgaria, or probably where to start with you? I'm not sure. You're having so many things to share.
Yeah, it's the time for the automotive industry is it's an interesting time. It's basically everything is changing at the moment. It's not only the electrification of the industry, which is now becoming really even the people who are not appreciating the new electric mobility, now it's inevitable. And you see even on the level of the European Union, this is one of the biggest discussion between Europe and China about the automotive industry, because there is a big chance that Europe will lose a lot of its automotive industry in this transition. But it's not only the electric mobility, another transition is coming, and this is the so-called software-defined vehicle. So the software solutions are becoming really, really important in the automotive industry. Today, more than 50% of the final cost and the profit of a vehicle is defined by the software and the electronics. And in a very few years, just probably less than 5, 50% will be only the software. So basically the biggest profit will be to the ones who are developing the software. And luckily for us, Bulgaria has a very good position in those future software-defined vehicles. So this is an interesting time, very challenging time. Luckily, in Bulgaria, we are doing quite well because all of those changes are actually helping us because we started probably 15 years behind of the some of the other East European countries.
We are fast learner, come on.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, copy paste very fast.
Yeah.
Very good IT environment, as you mentioned.
Yeah, but now this change is giving opportunity that Bulgaria will have one of the leading plays, at least in terms of the software solutions. The other big thing which is still not happening, but we are working very a lot on that topic is the production of lithium-ion batteries, which is the new GOAT worldwide, not only in Europe, everywhere. And I really hope that next year, at least several such projects for production of lithium-ion batteries or for recycling also will be realized in Bulgaria. The hard thing in the automotive industry that it's a very cash intensive, and it's not so easy for startups and spin-offs to really survive in that. But they are a lot, especially into the field of the software solutions. There are a lot of new.
Can you share some example? We are not, I don't know, national television. We can share the companies, everything, because I think it's inspirational.
Yes. What is happening basically, for example, I'll give you the story. For example, the big German manufacturers, they are all one by one coming to Sofia now. So already Daimler, they opened their software company. It's called Ambition. They already have 250 engineers here in Bulgaria. It is a very young operation, but highly successful. By the way, this is a kind of, it's not exactly spin-off, but you can say it's a kind of spin-off from Visteon, because before that, Visteon has developed the MBUX1 and MBUX2 system. This is Mercedes-Benz user experience, and this is today considered as one of the best software system for a vehicle on the market. And currently, this new company is working on the MBUX3 system. You know that BMW has invested in one of our Bulgarian companies, Petko, which is developing technology for charging electric vehicles, for how to do the payment, because this is one of the hottest topic, how to monetize from those charging stations. Unluckily, currently we are also on the last place for developing the network of those charging stations, and this is one of the key factors for developing electric mobility. I cannot say a lot, but already CARIAD, which is the Volkswagen software division, they have a number of projects with small Bulgarian companies here, which are ongoing at the moment. And I can easily predict that most likely in about a year from now, maximum 2, they will have also their spin-off to here in
Okay, cross fingers. We will invite them for sure. Okay, going to Nikolay. Also, Contracts is one of the oldest, very traditional Bulgarian companies. I'm sure that everybody, Bulgarian especially, but not only, they know you. But the thing they do not know about you is actually that you having a very, let's say, long-term, I mean, in our conversation, you mentioned more than 12, 15 years. Actually, you started to invest in startups or create such with different cooperation. Can you please share more about this model, because it's quite interesting, and yes, spin-offs are not created today. So Nikolay will confirm this, I hope.
Sure, thank you, Christina. Yeah, Contracts is, I would say, quite a well-established Bulgarian company, one of the big local system integrators in the IT communications and software development, and actually 31 years on the market. But during these years, we've had a history of well, I would say quite successful spin-offs from the main company, because currently Contracts also is a group of companies consisting of eight Bulgarian companies, actually, and one German company. That all of them are around technology, IT, and most of them have been established as a spin-off from the main company with people from the team that have showed a good and proven track record and also have had ideas how to actually grow the business and maybe direct it to another domain, again somehow part of the main and of the technology. So now we have, for example, one of the leading top 5 distributors in Bulgaria on ICT equipment. We have Lancome is the name of the company. Direct Services are one of the well-established outsourcing companies, and especially in the electronic archiving and physical storage of documents. We've started 2 new companies in the last 1 year. One is in the domain of project and design and building of photovoltaic systems, Sony's Bulgarian, and another company in Germany, Sony's Germany, which we've done with people from our team and also people from outside.
Very typical example for Spinoff.
Yes, that we've established some working relations. We've seen their potential, and they've proved also that a partnership and a common company can add value. And actually the German company are, this area is really booming in whole Europe, but especially Germany, they have pretty well established procedures and steps. So a company of 4 or 5 months have now contracts for 3 or 4 million euros, and just this is a start. And another area that we see that maybe will be the next spin-off is the medical and healthcare
Actually, no, wait. This is a new for the end. Come on. Do not destroy the surprise.
For the end.
I always like each panel discussion to have something, go for action, and some new to share. So hold on, please, hold on. Probably the question to you, so this is a question, but out of the scenario. My question to you is, you mentioned different types of companies as a profiling, as geo-positioning, but what are the key technology that you are probably directed right now? Because we see with the upcoming of generative AI, the situation is quite different. Digitalization also pointing out that sometimes we are not prepared, but this provides a great opportunity for spin-offs because innovation are coming where there is blurred spaces. So what are the key technology or direction that right now you are look forward?
For sure, AI. This is.
Thank you.
Absolutely, it is so broad and so. Area that it has no borders. I would say that we're exploring how it would help because a large part of the business is software development. So we've built a lot of information systems, and with these new technologies and new way of structuring data, we are seeing great potential to actually bring additional value of the collected information, of course with the protection of the data, with anonymization and everything. But we're also seeking also collaborations. We are part of many organizations, and we'll be happy actually also with your experience to contribute to a common, let's say, goal and better operation and use of the data. That
sounds amazing. Yeah, it's good to have such CEOs of corporation in Bulgaria. Our next guest, Associated Professor Angelov, he's here because I think that when we're talking about corporation business, we need to consider academic perspective. And academic not in the certain domain, but academic where the strategic management is quite developed, and where actually I expect to learn as your future student, what is the best way for making this strategic management when you are small spin-off, just starting? What are the ways?
Okay, first I'd like to express my gratitude for this opportunity to be with you and for the invitation, of course. Then, on the second place, I would like to share with you some information about the faculty first, and then I will answer the question. There is no doubt about this that Sofia University is in the ranking system of the national ranking system is in the first place in Bulgaria in different scientific directions. And private Faculty of Economics and Business Administration is in the first place in the scientific directions 3.7 and 3.8, Economics and Management and Business Administration. So we are very proud of our achievements. For the past 3 decades, we have made tremendous efforts after our faculty was restored in 1990 to develop it and to respond to all the worldwide requirements and to respond to the expectations of our students and of our society as a whole. I can say that we have 3 bachelor specialties and more than 30 at the moment master's programs. We've made a lot of efforts to get some international accreditations, and I'm proud that nowadays we are the only one business school in Bulgaria which is AMBA accredited, so we have MBA programs at the faculty. As academic practitioners, I would say, we are very fond of and we're used to be part of these practical research practices that to a very high extent reflect to the development of the social and business environment, social, economic and business environment in the country. We're given our contributions both with our practical results and as an incubator of our students. So a lot of companies in Bulgaria in different branches, in different industrial branches, they do count on us and they do rely on us as an incubator of potential employees and people who will develop their businesses in the future. Based on this, I can say that we have more than 200 agreements with companies from different branches, such as banks, institutions, spin-offs, startups, different organizations from different industrial branches. And I am pleased that I have the opportunity to participate here and to make this representation. So I am pleased to tell you that we're open to continue our activity and to continue our partnership with such organizations. And strategic management, to answer the question, is the peak of management. So everything that the students from the first grade, from their first sit on the bench, they start hearing and learning for business and management, they reach the top with the strategic management when they can imply and find the implication of all their innovative potential and innovative capability. And innovation capability of companies is something that is of great interest for us as well. So this is a big part and the big deal of our research is oriented towards the innovation potential, innovation capability of organizations within different organizational networks, such as clusters and clusterization. And clusterization is something that we're focused on, I mean the development of the clustering approach. And I can share with you some of our worries as an academic staff, that there is a certain misunderstanding in the society, even in the specialized profiled specialists, there is a certain misunderstanding of general terms of notions. So one of our goals is, by partnering with the organizations, with different organizational networks, to change the environment. This is what we're trying to do. Thank you.
And thank you for being with us here. Actually, I promise you, and I'm sure that we will secure to make a very dedicated event, what is the meaning of innovative cluster, because this is something urgent in Bulgaria. Please correct me, right, when was the last regulation on it? 2000 and... what is innovative cluster in Bulgaria?
Innovative cluster was, so first of all, in the legislation, in the Bulgarian legislation, there is another misunderstanding because there are 3 different laws that you can register a cluster. First. And second, in 2019, there was when we used to participate in the creation of a strategy for the development of SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. We were asked to do this by the European Commission. So we developed the strategy and we tried to figure out there what actually means innovative cluster.
And it was long time ago, and the innovation capacity environment is really different. So this dialogue is only probably the beginning, and very good idea to continue. Right now to Hisham. Roche is a very good example. You're having so many different initiatives, accelerators, programs, but can you please share some good examples? And of course, I'm sure that the Bulgarian audience also passionate to understand what are the plans for innovative companies and collaboration with them in Bulgarian branch.
Sure. So our belief that 99.9% from the innovation comes from outside the company. It's out there. That's why it was very important in a decentralized company like Roche to sponsor a number of startup accelerators. Globally, we have many famous running programs. There is a couple maybe I want to mention. One is called Startup Cresphere. This is mainly for diagnostics and focus on digital healthcare. Another one is called ROX. It's based in Berlin, in Germany. But the one that is really close to my heart is called the Healthcare Lab. And this is very close to my heart because it focuses here on Eastern Europe. So it's more close to our, environment, to our challenges, etc. And last year, we were very proud that a Bulgarian company, the name is Kelvin Healthcare, was the winner of this Healthcare Lab program. I guess also we have the founder and the CEO here in the room. That's really, we felt very proud that a Bulgarian company was selected. We believe that this collaboration and partnership between big corporates like Roche, between other partners like startup, really bring real innovation. We invest around 15 billion Swiss franc annually in research and development, and that makes Roche the #1 investor in healthcare and research and the innovation. But again, most of this innovation happens outside with the startups, with other partners, and we believe that will have significant impact on patient outcomes here in Bulgaria especially.
Thank you for sure. The exchanging probably not only opportunities but challenges that we have here is something very common. Especially I know not only from Bulgaria but from Greece and Romania ecosystem, a lot of innovative companies dealing with drug discovery, and they just using AI, and this is a huge problem for them. And if they don't not have this cooperation with big pharma, probably it will take too much years, effort, and money, and for something not so certain, let's say so. So yes, the collaboration with the big pharma is great. For sure, yeah, Georgi having this experience, and from what I know from him, the cooperation with you, with Roche, is something that brings not additional value, money or something like this, but access to data, access to patient, to real cases. So yeah, I hope next year here to announce probably something quite new, deep tech, why not drug discovery, or I don't know, Georgi as advisor, we'll see. Lubomir, to you. You started to open the Pandora box, I call it, but yes, in nowadays, talking about technology, we need to speak about cross-technology, multidisciplinary approach. The idea is to select as much variety of experts to support the project. From your point of view, because the automotive cluster is quite impressive in Bulgaria, we all know that only for several years, from zero almost, you make miracles. What are the key success from your point of view? I don't know, strong government support, a lot of money investment, doing homework, innovative people, cluster. What is the key secret?
Good question. I'm not sure I know the answer, but first I would like to come back to the previous discussion that there is a misunderstanding about the clusters. And I would agree on that, because the main reason for that is that I would say the European money.
I forgot, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
European
a lot of those organizations.
We call them free money in Bulgaria.
Yeah, were developed only because of that. And then suddenly when those funds were done, those clusters disappeared. And this is the bad side of this kind of funding. But of course, there are several which are functioning very well. I hope one of ours is one of them. So what is the key factor for success? I don't know. The government, for sure, we didn't have any kind of governmental support in the beginning. Even more than that, we had a number of meetings where we were explained that because Bulgaria didn't have any major history in the automotive industry during the communist period, this is something that Bulgaria is not doing, and there is no future in that. And this was officially explained not only to us, but even to foreign investors. But then suddenly those investors start to come because of the general situation of Bulgaria, that there are enough people with ideas, with good qualification, the overall cost of doing business and so on. And suddenly those decision makers, of course they change a lot also in Bulgaria, but they start seeing that this industry can do a lot for the country, because this industry can very quickly develop a lot of working places. Also the potential for creating an export. By the way, last week was the 30 year of the German chamber, and one of the main topic was there that for the last 5 years the trade between Bulgaria and Germany is positive for us, which is a small miracle. I would say that there are many industries helping for that, but the automotive industry is the biggest one supporting, because a lot of the components which are produced here are exported to Germany. Of course, I would say that for the last, I don't know, 3-4 years, and now we start feeling the support of the institutions, because they saw the results.
They saw the numbers.
Yeah, they saw the numbers. But what is important to say, if you take top 10, or even top 20, or even top 50 of the automotive investors in Eastern Europe, very few, actually 2, are here. So one is, they were here for a long time, they just grow very quickly. This is the Etem Gestem company, which is definitely the fastest growing company in this sector at the moment. They were outside top 20, but now they are in top 10. So we have one producer in top 10. And there is, of course, Bosch, which is the biggest tier 1 supplier, but Bosch is here with a software division. They are here not with the production. So definitely the big players are not here yet. So all of that success was due to attracting smaller investors and creating this ecosystem. So currently we have an ecosystem which I would say is definitely better than the one in Serbia, for example. even though in Serbia they have an OEM production and we don't have. So I would say that the interesting things in the automotive industry are just about to happen in the following 5 years, because I really believe that at least several of those top players, or those that I mentioned, producers of lithium-ion batteries or recycling of lithium-ion batteries, are about to come. And those are big projects. So for the moment, we mostly did a medium-sized project. So now it's coming the time for the big projects. Yeah.
Other long topic, I know that we don't have time for this, but since the first day that we met, you had an amazing dream for R&D center. I think that this is something also that is worth to think and to support as ecosystem, because to having R&D is a very good point to attract corporation if they see the environment, and here also Hisham sure can confirm, if they see that there is expertise, R&D, more and more investment and attraction will be coming from the country. Talking about investment, talking about this goal and this price that we mentioned, when we talk, usually on the stage we are talking and explaining, but when there is opportunity to have something real, some go for action, I think it's amazing. So Nikolay, please share with you your demand for the new spin-off that contracts will support.
Yeah, as I mentioned, probably the next spin-off would be in the sphere of medical information systems, because contracts we have now it's almost 20 years of experience in this. Around 55–60% of the general practitioners in Bulgaria, for example, use our information systems. Around 1/3 of the specialists, many dentists, and we've seen the potential. We've started this new initiative to create a new information system, cloud-based, which would actually gather all the legacy information systems, and we'll be able to build on that and to analyze, to extract more of the information. And a good example for actually one good example of the support of the Bulgarian institutions is this project itself, because contracts with the Medical University in Plovdiv, we applied and we were selected for a grant for the National Innovation Fund, and it helped actually to continue this project and to build even to include some models, especially medical models that the Medical University contributed into the. Because we are not doctors, obviously, we are programmers, we are IT specialists. But when you have doctors, professors, and pharma companies, of course, this is quite open to a broad spectrum. You can have really another level of expertise and level of even.
Those multidisciplinary approach. To bring coming from cluster ecosystem, artificial intelligence, doctors, medical experts, etc. And you having a software, having the platform and the network, I believe that this is absolutely winning spin-off. So I have no patience. I'm sure that people in the audience will have a very certain interest that during the network or additionally can contact with you. Associated Professor Angel, because the time is running, but from your perspective, you studied spin-offs and innovative technology company. What are the key, let's say, ingredients for success? I know it's quite general, but it is not in the same time.
Okay, if I properly understood, what are the key factors for success?
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
I have to learn, yeah.
first of all, we are here not only to stress or to fix what we have already done and to look at our achievements. We have to outline our intentions based on the already configured out problems that we need to solve. What do I mean here? Spin-offs for me are essential part of the Bulgarian economy, or could be an essential part. And I will tell you exactly what I mean. 10 years ago, first one bracket I would like to open here and to say congratulations for the automotive cluster, because it's really one of the well-developed or most well-developed clusters in Bulgaria.
So far.
But as a researcher, I could share with you that 10 years ago, the IT sector, for example, it was at that time very well developing in Bulgaria. But what was the result? When I used to speak with some of the managing directors of the top companies, they said, okay, at the moment we are contributing for merely 4% of the gross domestic product of the country at that time. And I say, okay, great. So what are your intentions and expectations? In the next 5 years, let's say, we would like to double it. So we will contribute 8% of the gross domestic product. Nothing like that happened. Why? Because one of the greatest problems were related to the outsourcing activities. And we were the so-called outsourcing economy at that time. And I think that spin-offs could contribute for the change of this environment in a positive way. So this is what I think could be crucial for the spin-offs and the startups as well. Thank you.
And finally, to each of you very briefly, starting with Lubomir, then Hisham, Nikolay, and finally Associated Professor Angel. If there is a young, smart team of scientists coming to you and said, trust in my idea, let's create together a spin-off, which is the major thing that you are searching to trust this team? The major. Of course, there is a lot of due diligence, etc., but when those people come to you, what is the thing that they need to tell you, to show you, in order you to trust and to invest in them?
First of all, this is basically happening, especially in the field of specialized software solutions. You are talking a lot about AI, and AI is now becoming the big thing also in the automotive industry. By the way, one of our teams, which is developing automotive software currently, is developing, they had just started an AI project for factory automatization, which is in a way nothing to do with the automotive industry, but they're using the same tools. So
the technology that fit you the best, something like this?
Yeah.
Or?
So there is no specific answer to your question, but I think there has to be a feasible idea, a real idea. I really like the example which the professor just gave. We are very good friends with the software industry, with the IT industry. I think one of the main problems over there is that there is no big ideas what they want to do. So, okay, I want to grow. It's not an idea what I want to do. So there has to be a specific idea which can improve something. I don't know, the industry or a product, or at the end, it's not about industry or a product, it's about improving the life of the people. This is what I think is missing over there, and this is why they are moving ahead, but not with the speed that they can.
Absolutely. Okay, Hisham, what about you?
Maybe two key points. The first one, that they listen very well. So they are really clear about the problem, the challenge that we are trying to solve. And the second point is clarity on the vision. What do you want to do exactly? Where they are heading? We have actually a global example from the US, a company called the Flatiron. This company is specialized in the electronic health records, and especially for cancer patients. You know, cancer is a devastating disease, and the only way to tackle it is to better understand it. And this company, Roche acquired 2018, and since day zero, they have this clear vision. If we really understand this disease better, we'll be able to tackle it better. So that was one example, but this is how we think about when we have a discussion with a startup or a new company. This is how we think about it and run the discussion.
Amazing. I think that half of the pitch deck of the Kelvin Health is just made. Yeah? Okay. And of course, Nikolay, what about you?
Yeah, totally agree with Hisham. It's quite important, I think, to be able to formulate the problem and the solution, and also what resources would you need? Would, for example, this team need? To be quite clear of the contribution of each side. So let's say to put on the table with an honest and clear way, I would say what's the problem, what resources do we need, and when we will achieve the result. Of course, you cannot be 100% sure and clear on the result, but I think putting this question in that way, you can find out actually these people that, because of course scientists are for that, to bring innovations, to bring new ideas, but also business is for that, to help these innovations and to but we usually need a business case, right? So it's this combination. And I think this is a good way to actually see whether.
I hope more entrepreneurs to write it down, everything that you already mentioned, because it's quite useful. Okay, and Professor Angel.
Okay, thank you. I will try to explain it in the most concise way. The future success of spin-offs, to a very high extent, depends on the innovation capability. And that innovation capability refers to what? First, to the creativity, and then to the innovative potential and its enhancement of the employees. So you have to fix on that. Thank you.
Thank you, big applause. Amazing speakers, amazing discussion. As I mentioned, I learned a lot, so for sure we will invite you again. So take your seat. Yeah, quite inspirational. Probably the only thing that right now can bring me in other direction is called female entrepreneurship. In the morning, you remember that I mentioned to you that 42% of the female in STEM, in Bulgaria in STEM, are females, which is amazing. But also we having a very strong result when it comes to female dealing with business, finance, politics. But for this, and of course representing our amazing female in the next panel, I want to invite again Polly Chotrova, who already, let's say, refreshed, I hope, because a hard discussion is coming up. Actually, the thing that I can share with you, those four ladies having very different profiling. We have scientists, we have journalists, we have politics, we have everything. I don't know, finance, investment, everything. So, Polly, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chrissy. Thank you, everyone, that you're here. First of all, I want to invite to the stage our wonderful panelists today. Ioana Ioncheva, Chairwoman, Bulgaria Recovery and Recycling Association. Welcome on the stage. Yes, you can go for this. Teodora Lapshova, author and screenwriter of Innovativno. Okay. Victoria Hristova, Executive Director and Board Member of the Fund of Funds in Bulgaria. And Agata Manova, Associate Professor in Technical University of Sofia. Thank you, ladies, that you're here today. I'm very happy for this panel. And I know that we are very delayed, but this panel is very important because, as you saw today, we have some very, very amazing spin-offs. But have you seen women into this line of spin-offs that we saw today? This is why we are doing this panel. So we're trying to change these statistics. So I want to start with you and to give you the floor to introduce yourself and to share with us what is your perception about breaking barriers, as is the panel name, in terms of women involvement in deep tech and in entrepreneurship. It's a discussion. So.
Okay, so hello everyone. First of all, I would like to say a special thanks to the organizers of this STEAM event, and especially to Christina for being such an inspiring person. She's not here, but I'll say it again later. So I'm Victoria. I'm coming from the corporate world with almost 20 years with professional background in corporate finance and banking. My career path bring me to the Fund of Funds 5 years ago. And now I'm going to give you just a short overview of who we are and what we do at the fund. The Fund of Funds is a specialized entity.
You can talk just a little bit closer.
Yeah. Yes. Mandated through the EU budget and national co-financing. The fund business model is B2B. Our partnership network consists of 20 partners so far, the so-called financial intermediaries, such as banks, microfinance institutions, and VC funds. We are proud that over 3,000 companies are financed through our instrument so far, and we're expecting this number to increase for until the end of this year. So what's coming next for the multi-year framework 2021-2027? There will be a budget of approximately 1 billion euro. We can see it on the slide. The budget is dedicated for innovations, regional and growth, blue economy, and maybe the most important information for the audience today is the Technology Transfer Fund. Its budget is 60 million euro. This is the public resources, and it's going to be complemented with additional private equity. The fund will be dedicated to support spin-offs, high-tech enterprises, and like biotech, health tech, and other companies.
Hello, my name is Ioana, and I'm the chairwoman of the Bulgarian Recovery and Recycling Association. And actually, I'm the only woman out of all of the members, which are 29, and I'm the chairwoman. So yeah, for that. Actually, I have 3 sons, so for me, that's just, I live in a man's world. And I feel very special to be the only woman in our association. What we do is we have combined all the recyclers of plastic, paper, and glass in our association and all of the recovery eco organizations. Actually, I love my job, and the other thing that I do, I'm the trade manager of my company, which is a recycling company, and we also have a patent for non-waste recycling of motor oil tubes. What I can say is that I'm very proud to be part of this, that you invited me, first of all. And actually, I know the statistics, and I'm very proud to be a Bulgarian because we actually do acknowledge all the women in our country. And we have taken a lot of high quality jobs. So that's it for me.
Thank you.
Agata? Okay, so I will be the last. So my name is Agata Manolova. I'm from the Technical University of Sofia, so I represent academia. I was so happy when I started working at my university because, and currently we can say that women are very well represented. I think we are very clever, and taking into account that, of course, engineering is one of the best paid positions here in Bulgaria. I think, at least here at the Technical University of Sofia, we can say that we are very well represented in terms of women. And in the management also, taking into account that I also manage the PR department of my university. I'm also Vice Dean of the Faculty of Telecommunications. There are plenty women like me at my university that manage a couple of leading positions. So yeah, of course, it's as my colleague here said, I'm very proud to be in Bulgaria because I think this is a rare thing in European countries where women can take leading positions and do freely what they love to do.
And me, hi everyone, I'm addicted to this stage. Yeah, unfortunately, the fourth lady wasn't able to join, but something that probably most of the people doesn't know about me, I'm professional PR also. 25 years I did this, also television, so yeah, I can make other hat on my head, which is public relations, so happy to be in this discussion. Thank you, Polly. I know that you're making amazing job for the female organizations, something that I believe female tech organizations supposed to be led by tech women. Business female organizations supposed to be led by businesswomen. Otherwise, I don't know. I know that the PRs, everybody loves us, but yeah, I think that this is something that I needed to share with you.
I'm very happy because 4 of you have different profiles, so I'm very lucky to live in Bulgaria and to have this statistic open because I have met so many ladies that are living in quite opposite direction. What do you think is the most important thing that we as a Bulgarian women have so we are so well prepared and so well positioned into different sectors, respectively in each of your sector, like a business, like finance, like academic, and also media, because one of the things that we realize that is very important how we perceive ourselves and how people are seeing. So the PR and media is something very important. So I will be very happy to share with me what do you think is the key skill set and key most important things that the women are having. So we have these statistics live for Bulgaria, and what are your advices for the places that are still far away from these statistics through your own perspective?
Okay, I can start because I love numbers. So start with some figures. So I'm happy to share also that I think that Bulgarian women are enterprising, and it is also proven by the statistics, as you can see. The companies that are financed in our portfolio, which have women founders, are above 23%. Which is above the average for Europe, which is 16%. So I think that Bulgarian women are proactive, innovative, and ready to start a new business.
Totally agree.
Well, I lived in the United States for 10 years, and let me tell you that the skills that I found in myself are amazing. We managed to do everything at the same time, be a mother, be a wife, cook well, we have to cook well. Then we have to go to work. And
sorry, this is invitation, right?
What's that?
Invitation about the cooking.
I cook.
Invite us because I'm
I said
terrible
I have 3
cooker.
boys. You welcome all of you. I probably will manage.
Be careful what you wish for. Yeah, welcome.
So all of the skills that we have, we put in one person. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the key to success of Bulgarian women is because we managed to do everything because that's the way we're taught. We have to be good mothers, good wives. We have to cook. We have to work. And we have set our goals so high that in reaching them, we complete other steps on the way.
Okay, so I support 100% what my panelists here, colleagues said, but I also would like to add that we have this, how to say, inside the family that all the, usually the Bulgarian families, they teach their girls to be independent, to be self-reliant, and also, how to say, there is no, it's the same treatment for boys and for girls. So whatever options a boy has, the girl has the same. So this is one of the things that if you want to do something that is not typically female, okay, so I'm giving again as an idea the engineering, and when I started at my university, it was, maybe 80% male representative. Now it's more or less equally represented, so we can see that more or less the trend has changed, and now everyone is free to do whatever they want. And also, don't forget, Bulgarian women are very beautiful, so it's a good thing.
Okay, through my perspective, what are the things that make me very successful? First of all, I like people. I really like people, and this is something very, very important in my job. If I don't like them, I can't do my job. Also, I'm quite positive to people. I like to smile. Probably most of the people won't remember my color of my eyes, but that I'm smiling and they smile back, and it's amazing connection that we are doing together. But according and to be more serious, is that 3 years ago I was VP of huge holding, and once I dropped past to the HR interview just to see, because this person was from my team, and I was shocked. A female HR who is asking other female, how many kids do you plan to have? Okay, you have 1 kid. Is it get sick very often? So my point is, unfortunately, there is a lot of biases as a question. Unfortunately, and this is something that we also spoke with Victoria when we see the number, for example, especially for the female investors. They are really small percentage. And this is just because of these biases, this bias question. So this is my brief answer, and yeah, I can talk a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Arta, what do you think the university, especially in the university, like from my own perspective, I'm also graduate from technical university, what do you think the university can do in order to boost the female entrepreneurship, especially from engineering, specialization and development? What do you think through your own perspective, in case like the ladies that you're seeing in your work?
We have started, and this was like in the last 1 or 2 years, because of course TU Sofia at least became a member of the European University of Technology, and we gather all the information from all the partner universities. And currently we have opened first in Bulgaria, and I think first in the Balkan Peninsula, we have opened a green office. So we give opportunities to students, to academic staff to develop different ideas around the idea of the green technologies, all types of green technologies. And this also will support, of course, some entrepreneurship in terms of, the solar panels, a way to charge different not only cars, of course, but for example, currently we are trying to see if we can manage to do also a project inside the university about the charging of mobile phones, for example, using solar power. So these are all small projects of students, of student hubs, so we try to gather all the information from our Western partners, what they do, the good practices, as we say, the knowledge transfer, if you want, and to try to apply them here in Bulgaria. But I think one thing that is very important to be able to push a little bit more is to be able to have like offices in all the universities, not only in ours, where information can be given to young entrepreneurship people, the young students who want to develop their own business, to be able to understand the policies, to be able to understand what type of financing they can get from government, from private institutions. So this will be very good, and I think this is something that maybe the government also can take into account when making accreditation, giving more money to certain universities that have this type of offices, where people with an expertise, either from the business, either inside the university, can give consultation to young people when they want to develop their business. Because from what I understood, all the statistics, plenty of companies fail because they don't have the information and the resources.
Vicky, through your experience, you have a very responsible job, and through your experience, what are the tools, what are the advice first that you will give to the ladies that are searching for finance, and what are the programs that Fund of Funds is working on now, especially about boosting entrepreneurship in specific regions and groups, because this is something very important.
Yeah, I fully agree what was just said, that the main reasons for women, and not only the women, but only for all people, is that we have to talk and explain and give information for everything that is available on the market. And also to be, these people to be aware of, to be educated. Because when you're searching for a finance, it's crucial to know what type of financing you are looking for. So if you have an idea and you believe in your idea, and it's a solid one, then you have to choose the right type of financing. In our portfolio, we have debt and equity instruments. So there is a difference for the appropriate product and instrument that you're looking for in order to implement and to finalize your idea.
Great. One of the things that I found in my job is very challenging to start a search for financing, especially some specific segment. Now we're doing project in direction of waste management, and it's very difficult. And Chrissy was talking about the bias which is appearing also in this direction in terms of searching for finance. Joanna, what do you think are the tools, and what do you think are the things that can help to the ladies to be more confident and to be aware how they can boost their entrepreneurship and the things that they're doing? And also a question for the three of you. In the last couple of days, I'm meeting more ladies that all of them are sharing that the transition between the university and business, I'm not speaking about work, like a business direction, is very difficult for them. And what do you think can be helpful so we can make this transition from graduating to business more easier? What are the things that you think into this direction? And also you, Chrissy.
Regarding the first question, the confidence comes within you. If you don't believe in yourself, it's not going to happen, no matter what you do, how many classes you take, but believe in yourself. A woman is something special, I believe, and something else that you can do, you can participate in different women. I was in the Council of Women in Business in Bulgaria, which is great. When you get together with people like yourself, it's much easier to gain confidence. So that's my answer.
Great. Christy, how do you think the media, and especially the PR, like when you talk about women, like we have seen, this is one of the main focus when you want to be presentable and when you want to show your qualification, because at most of the cases people need to see you somehow. That's why, in my opinion, ladies are adding much more effort to the PR instead of the men. How do you think the media can support female entrepreneurship, and especially when it comes to some deep tech innovation and some specific things that are not very familiar to the female?
I will bring very interesting example coming in my mind. Long time ago, I was working in a very interesting project for diversity. It wasn't for female, but for gypsies community in Bulgaria. And we made a study that showing that 90% of the media nowadays, most of them were printed, that's all how I am, Most of the leading article connected with the gypsies, they were negative. This provoked the society to think, if you're a gypsy, you're a criminal, because every day I read into the newspaper at least one article that all the crimes in Bulgaria are made by gypsies, which is not true. Of course, there is crime from gypsies, but not all of them. So I think that it's similar with the different groups. When we're talking about female, my vision is that a session like this, showing such beautiful, okay, come on, we are beautiful. We are smart, we are well paid, we are independent, having kids and do everything. So yeah, we are a dream. But also there is, I don't know, the whole population generation that believe that if they make hyalurons or silicones, if they, I don't know, look good, this is enough for success. As a cluster manager, health cluster manager, I can assure them, no, it's not right. And everybody, and aging is for everybody. And then the smart people coming up. So my point is, in order to bring and to crush this image that the female are, I don't know, stupid, weak, but very cheap, probably 2 whiskeys, no? We need to showing up good examples. I think that people like, for example, if we want to promote that female in science are successful, we need to show Agata everywhere. Come on. Applause for Agata, really. Do you know that usually the foreign delegation in Bulgaria, or if there is delegation out of Bulgaria somewhere else, and they want to showing AI female, and they always call me because I know from their point of view the only ones of them. And of course, each time I surprise them, but yeah, this is something that, this is my point. Let's showing the good example, let female like us to make a conclusion, to make statement, and to be on the top of each article. This is my vision. Thank you.
The role models are really important, because I know that time is very sensitive today. Imagine the situation in front of you, there is a young lady just graduating from university, wants to go into the field of entrepreneurship, especially graduating like science, engineering. What will be your advice from your perspective in your work that you will give to her?
Come work with me, please. I need you.
How to say?
So this is a very good point, that we need to have this transition between already professionals and the people that are graduating, especially the female field.
So in my opinion, at least, we try to guide them early on. I can share that. We try from second year to give all the students, no matter if it's a female or a male student, to give them opportunities to be able to, how to say, start, for example, with small internships, either with companies, either they can start even, we offer them even research internships in our laboratories, so they can test a little bit the field, if you want, before starting to work full-time somewhere, you know, in a big company. And if it's, how to say, now graduating, my usually advice for the student is, don't be afraid to try, because obviously you need to fail to learn more and more. And don't be ashamed of your failures, because you have learned from it. And of course, life is as Christina mentioned, you know, about the fillers and stuff, and that everyone is getting old. Yeah, you're lucky to be able to get old. So yeah, enjoy your life. Don't be afraid. Do whatever is necessary. We have given you, or at least we try to give you, the best possible start. Hopefully, you know, you use that. And yeah, hopefully again, you won't forget where you started from. So you can give back to the community, to the university.
Very nice point. Vicky, what do you think about it?
I would be sure that be brave. I think this is the best advice, because if you have a dream, an idea, you have to pursue it. So,
Joanna?
And I would say never give up. Follow your dreams all the time, and you can do it.
This is one of the good and positive side of the women, that they're very persuasive about everything that they want. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for joining. I know that we needed to shorten the time, but I'm very happy, and I hope all the people that are watching to have to take something with themselves, so they can start thinking how they can do something, and especially the ladies in the room. Thank you, Chrissy, for joining this panel.
As I mentioned, it's addiction already. I love this stage. And this stage I know most of the time and connected with the pitching session. All day I promise you that on this stage, there will be a real pitch of the real spin-off in the way that we see. So right now I want to invite also Kaoyan next to me, because I need gender balance on the stage to start representing the startups. The startups knows, but for the rest of the audience, the typical elevator pitch is exactly 3 minutes, and they will show you the high class of 3 minutes pitching deck. And probably for those who are not familiar, why it's 3 minutes, it is calculated that this is how long if you get travel in an elevator with the investor to pitch your idea.
I have a question, because we're running a little bit late. Do you think it's okay when we just award them? Or do
I think they're supposed to pitch. Come on, this is the cherry pie.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so invite first.
Okay, the first spin-off which should pitch is from Digistain, the UK spin-off from Imperial. Please welcome on stage Hemmel, Amrania. The stage is yours.
Over 2 million women are diagnosed with breast cancer each year. The bottleneck in delivering these women the treatment they need is the diagnostics. The current treatment decisions are delayed by up to 6 weeks, where patient samples are literally shipped around the world, where tests cost $4,000 per patient. And what that means is that 95% of the world's population cannot access the care they need simply because they cannot afford it. Digistain is a Y Combinator and Harvard-funded technology company spun out of Imperial College that has taken a slow and expensive wet lab process and turned it into an AI-driven software-based solution. It allows the hospitals to perform the tests they need quickly and easily and affordably, meaning marginalized communities around the world can access the care they need. The technology is European market approved and already being used around the world by the leading voices in breast cancer, all the way from the UK to rural communities in Africa and in India, where we've embedded ourselves to make a difference. The most important thing, however, is that this is real. It's not a concept. We're already saving patients' lives with our technology. And it's our mission to make sure that every patient, irrespective of their background or their circumstances, gets the best care possible. I'm Hemmel, Amrania, a clinical scientist from Imperial College and founder of Digistain. We're looking to forge collaborations that can help our mission from market access all the way to clinical trials. If you can help, please get in touch. I'll be here for the rest of the evening. Thanks for your support.
I give you this award now, but later we want also to make a picture of all of the spin-offs on stage.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Can I add something, actually? Congratulations. No, come. No, it's not easy on this stage, not on my stage. Come on. Okay, so congratulations. You become one of the first awarded spin-off, actually the first awarded spin-off of the year.
It's an honor. Thank you.
It is Also, you have this document, but you have from front of the funds what is near future for you, become unicorn, and very small gift from our team. Thank you for being. Thanks very much. Yeah, and expecting unicorn pitching next time. Thank you.
Thank you. The next presenter would like to invite Georgi Kadrev from Imagga Technologies and Kelvin Health, co-founder and CEO. It's a Bulgarian company spin-off. Welcome.
Can you imagine how safe and peaceful we could feel about ourselves, our loved ones, if there's something that can predict problems in our health proactively without the need to do anything, and eventually how safe we would feel both in terms of healthcare of ourselves and our loved ones. So our mission with Kelvin Health is to make diagnostics so accessible that it can prevent complications from conditions like limb ischemia, like breast cancer, like rheumatoid arthritis. Do I have a clicker to change something or not? Yes. Not exactly. Okay. So Kelvin Health actually started as a spin-out company from Imagga, which is a pioneer in visual recognition. It has processed more than 30 billion images for customers across the world. And we built a team of people that actually combine, I'll skip the slides just because I cannot, that combined medical experience in artificial intelligence and business development to build a solution for diagnostic that is as accessible as using a thermal camera like this to capture the heat of the body, detect local anomalies, and notify the patient or the specialist or the GP in case of a problem. In 2018, shortly before my son was born, my wife and I were devastated when her father nearly lost both of his legs because of late diagnosed peripheral arterial disease as a result of diabetes. And unfortunately, more than 200 million people worldwide suffer from peripheral arterial disease. And because of the hard access to diagnostics, 20 million, which is more than the average population of a whole European Union country, develop critical limb ischemia. This is a very dangerous condition that first takes your limb, then kills you in less than 5 years in almost half of the cases. So we joined forces with the medical team of Professor Dimitrov, and we started to explore the application of thermography in combination with AI. And we were kind of surprised and amazed that this can be as telling about a vascular problem as the very invasive X-ray angiography. Just as the reference, the X-ray angiography requires the injection of a contrast agent in your artery and then almost 3 hours of radiation-emitting scanning to detect the locality of a vascular problem, something that we can do in a matter of seconds. We already managed to collect data for more than 850 patients, and we have super high precision in terms of the so-called sensitivity and specificity of the detection algorithm. Currently, our sensitivity is 100%, which means that we miss absolutely no cases, and our specificity is 96.6%, which means that in less than 4%, we can tell that there's a problem, and actually there's not. We're currently at the edge of starting our regulatory approval process, both with the CE marking and the FDA approval process. And our main vision is to basically go through 3 stages, starting with offering this to specialists, then offering this in primary care to family doctors, and ultimately empowering even the patient to have a device at home that can monitor about their health. So if you also believe that a true unicorn company should positively affect the lives of billion people, we're happy to discuss how we can join forces and discuss afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Christina, do you want to provide a word?
Not only. Yeah.
What is inside of these bags, actually?
The gift is a secret. Yeah, actually, this is something made by one of our members. I think you loved, of course, the unicorn, small gift, this diploma, and something from me for you, because you know how much I like you. I think that the best way to showing you this is to invite you to become member of AI cluster. So yeah, welcome on board.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, here are the awards. I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Hans Houf, CEO of BullCharge. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you all for being here. I will tell something about, let's say, the company BullCharge. BullCharge is, we call it a CPO, or a charge point operator, or a charge point owner. And that means, in fact, that we charge electric cars with that. There are others as well in Bulgaria. There are competition, there are colleagues, but we are different. And why are we different? Because we are building, let's say we have all our charging stations are virtually present in the cloud. And in the cloud, we can connect them to services. And in the cloud, we connect them to dedicated services for our customers. And where we are different is that we target not the big audience, like everybody who has a car. We target very specific audiences, like, for instance, fleet owners who, let's say, want to develop their fleets from petrol to electrical and rebuild charging infrastructures around these kind of, let's say, changing fleets, electrification of fleets. The other customers we're looking at are, for instance, electric grid owners, electric grid operators, who need, when really the volume starts, in Bulgaria it's not the case yet, but we see in some countries really big volumes of electrical cars. You see that you need to control let's say, the services, the power per charging station. You have to control that depending on the capacity of the grid. And for that, we are collaborating with grid operators and try to develop a dedicated service based on the knowledge we have from our charging stations, which are present in the cloud. And I think that makes us different from our colleagues. That makes us also, let's say, different because we want to collaborate with our colleagues. We like to share our knowledge on how to, let's say, put these charging stations in the cloud and how they can also benefit from that. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well.
Thank you so much.
This one.
Oh, and a picture.
Oh, you. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Okay.
Thank you very much. The next company I would like to welcome MatriChem, the founder and CEO, Murad, Redzheb.
Technical difficulties. Okay. Probably I will also try without the slides because I cannot change them. Anyway, I would let me start with this question. Yes, thank you. This question, which is really a rhetorical question, actually, have you indeed ever realized the extent to which our health and well-being depend on others dying? And just think about all the cases in which we want to save the life of someone whose organ is failing them. Well, we often need to wait for someone else to pass away to really save their life. And if you want to develop a cutting-edge drug, a new cutting-edge drug, well, we need to perform a lot of tests on animals. So, but we have the technology, and we can go to the next slide. We have the technology to change this. With bioprinting, for instance, we can take a 3D tomographical image of an organ, and we do that. We transform this into a machine code, which just describes the shape of the organ, and then we can print an organ. But of course, this way we don't get a functional organ. This is not an organ which we can transplant in a human, or it doesn't function in any way as a human, as a real organ. So what we actually are missing in this case are the bioinks. So these are really a mixture of living cells and biomaterials, really optimized for a specific tissue, the specific tissue which we want to produce. So then we can go to the next slide. And so this is really what MatriChem is focused on, developing at the core of our activities and our business is this bioink development and production platform, as we call it, which really then based on this platform, we operate with a two-sided business model, where on the one hand we operate as an R&D hub, where we offer this, the development of custom tissue-specific bioinks, and of course bioprinting services, while on the other hand we operate as a material supplier also, where we then scale up these tissue-specific bioinks and offer them to the market in volume supply for these three applications, which are regenerative medicine, in vitro safety, and efficacy testing, and bioprinted organs. These are forthcoming applications, of course. And then we can go to the next slide, where just to shortly tell you where we are at the moment in terms of our development, we're actually, the previous slide, thanks. We are actually at the stage where we are still at the moment creating our chemical lab, where we are developing these bioinks. Can we go to the previous slide? And at the same time, with a bioprinting lab. At the same time, we are in the process of developing these new procedures, proprietary procedures for the development of bioinks and their functionalization to make them into tissue-specific bioinks. And the specific bioinks which are currently working with with our collaborators are a cartilage bioink for the treatment of osteoarthritis. This is quite, for Europe specifically, this is quite a serious issue. And the other one is actually for the creation of vascularized tissues. This is really a main challenge in tissue engineering. And then we can go to the next slide, where our team, you can see our team. We have a small but well-rounded team with materials expertise, biological validation of these bioinks expertise, and the protection of the IP that we create in this process. With this, this is my presentation. So thank you. I will be sticking around for still some time, even though, yeah, I will mention this is out of my pitch, but yeah, today was the first day of my daughter in the kindergarten, so I don't know how much I will be staying. There are a lot of emotions at home. So thank you.
Just something to add. Yeah, come on and join, and yeah, take this for picture. And for you, Murad, because you're my dream, actually, scientist, and your team, your company is everything that in Health and Life Science Cluster we are. So you also winning membership in Health and Life Science Cluster, so welcome to the ecosystem. It was great to meet you, and thank you for the amazing thing that you came back to do in Bulgaria. Thank you. Who is the next?
The next, we have our guests from Germany. This is Dr. Stefan Preiss and Petko Iliev. Welcome on stage. The company is Feasyfy. Petko, stage is yours.
Do we have the PowerPoints? Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to present Feasyfy today. Before I start, let me tell you a story. So imagine your loved one being struck by a serious disease. You're a researcher, you put all your skills to test to develop a drug. So after endless days and nights, you find a cure, you've tested it in the lab, but you're not sure if it's going to work on humans. So what do you need to do? You need to conduct clinical trials in order to figure out. You need to choose the country in which you are going to conduct these trials. You need to ask your local representative to find centers. Then you need to create the study protocol. And then you need to start calling all these centers, sending emails, asking them if they have the right patients, if they have the time, if they have the will at all to do this study. After some time, some of them might reply, most of them maybe will not. And then by the time you are done, several years have passed and your loved ones are still in the same condition, maybe even worse. So now you have found enough centers, maybe also patients, you start your clinical trial. You spend hundreds of millions, sometimes billions, then you spend several years, and at the end, your clinical trial fails. And it fails not because the drug was not working, it fails because you're not able to find enough patients. And as a matter of fact, you're not the only one. A study found that 85% of clinical studies failed to retain enough patients. So billions were spent, and most importantly, the drugs have not reached the patients, not because they were not working, but because there were not enough patients. So in a nutshell, what we do at Feasyfy, we help automatize the process so that all feasibility stakeholders can collaborate seamlessly together with each other. So we provide the real-time data connected with the real-time KPIs so that you can see if your study is working. And then we provide the centers with overview of their patients. We provide the pharma companies with overview of the competence of the clinical centers. And most importantly, we provide the patients with possibility to get to the trials so that our loved ones can be cured. And we are going to bring this technology to Bulgaria if we find the right partners. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite my co-founder here on the stage for the ceremony. So, Dr. Stefan Price.
Can I add? You find the partners in Bulgaria. Not sure you understand today, but thank you guys. You are quite inspirational. I think that our ecosystem with your knowledge for German market, I think that we can do miracles. So thank you again, and yeah, happy to meet you here. And congratulations, of course. Okay, Kalyan, who is next?
Next, I would like to welcome on stage Mr. Georgi Trankov, CFO of Barin Sports. Applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Again. So, I would like to start with a short video, a minute and a half, representing an amazing partnership that I will remember all my days. Not the first time. It's video. No, it's video. Well, let's forget for the technical problems now. At that picture, we'll share with you with a couple of minutes. Actually, that's a photo shoot with our ambassador and investor in Barin Sports. His name is Michael Owen, Ballon d'Or winner. This is quite an amazing experience. And for sure, that means trust. That means immense motivation for us to continue. And that's, for my personal view, is the best distribution channel. So we are proud to get him on board. And I hope that means broader markets. That means very quite potential and fruitful ambassadorship. And sorry. Well, Barin Sports is a real-time decision-making electronic performance system. What does it mean? That means an insight in real time during the match, during the training session, where coaches can make their changes in tactical instruments, can make the right substitutions. Absolutely, there is no need for internet connectivity. There is no need for mandatory cloud-based service. Actually, how by using edge computing, this little wearable is part of the equipment and actually collecting the data that we are actually do all the algorithms behind, and one-of-a-kind base station. This is the computer where the magic happens, actually. This is a slide with our successes in our history. All the great stories comes from the basement. Our first client, Sofia, got the National Football Cup from his first year. Our second National Cup is with our second client, Levski Sofia. And today we've got the most integrated system for real-time insights. And I can put here that we have successfully completed around at the end of 2022. So now the sky is the limit. And in the end, I would like to put two very important messages. We can help and support football presidents to save 1.5 million euros by preventing non-contact injuries. We can help and support the coach staff to control the fatigue management in the team, and yeah, we champion science, and we can make champions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to give you the diploma.
And the unicorn that I'm sure very soon you will be.
Thank you
so
very much.
Great.
Thank you very much. The next one is a good friend and partner of us, Dimitrov, CEO of Hemokin Pharmaceuticals. Dimitar. Hope the technology works now for you.
Absolutely. Thank you. I will be very shortly. This is Hemokin Pharmaceutical. This is spin-off of MiCAR21. MiCAR21 is my company. We completely prevent cancer metastasis. And now we are repurposing our market to the companion animals. That's it. After that, we're going to the human market. Thank you for your question. Very soon we will see.
Dimitar, your gramota.
Actually, I want to share that I make a joke, who is your first client to Dimitar? Usually on this question, 4 years ago, he just go out from the stage. Because if he have first client, probably will be a big pharma and billionaire, and very hard to be on this stage, but I'm sure that you will back, right? So thank you for supporting in everything and be inspiration for many spin-offs in this very, very hard industry.
I hope to.
Okay.
Thank you. Last but not least, we have Dr. Nikolay Vasev from Epix.AI. We are curious to learn about Epix. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Am I going to have our presentation? Nope. Okay. Okay, well, anyway, so we are at Epix.AI, and our mission is to cure aging. If I had my slide, I would show you a graph that shows how there is an exponential growth of age-related diseases as you're getting older. The fact is we are all getting older. Aging is inevitable, and it means diseases. And diseases mean a shorter health span and ultimately a shorter life. So in order to deal with that, what we do is we sell epigenetic tests that identify both your biological age, but also your risk and predisposition towards age-related diseases. As a result, you can stop their development before they actually take hold, before you actually see any of their symptoms, at which point it would be too late to otherwise do prevention. And in addition to that, you can track their development in our app, where we are going to be also tracking your physical performance and also your geolocation. Your physical performance gives us your level of activity, which is an important factor in the triggering of age-related diseases. And your geolocation gives us information on factors such as solar radiation, air quality, meteorological conditions, and many other factors that have an impact on your overall health. Combining all of this information in one application, you get what we like to call social media for your own personalized healthcare, so that you can effectively prevent the development of age-related diseases. That's basically it.
Thank you. So the aging is a disease now. Yeah. Yes?
I want to ask something. Yeah, of course, your place is next to Health and Life Science Cluster, so congratulations. This is also a prize from us. Don't look at him that he's look like young, probably he's 90. And actually, he's not sure about him, but the professor actually, Milena Georgieva, she's a professor and look like no more than 35. So I think your thing is really working. It is working, so epigenetics and Epix.AI, thank you again.
Do we want to welcome all the award winners on stage for a nice picture? I think yes, it's one of the key pictures of the event.
Yes. The first spin-offs. Come on stage. Yeah, right? Okay. I like you also. Yeah, you know this. Me, better profile. Thank you, guys. And for the dessert, we will talk a little bit about cybersecurity. And I will share, can I ask Polly? Polly? Yeah, I see. My panelists, because usually all day we are searching for technical solution or speakers on this stage, but I think this is my new favorite hobby. Okay, can I ask several questions before we started? How many of you were being the victim of cyber attack? Oh, come on, come on, come on. Oh, okay, guys, I need you. I need you. Do you know that spam is also cyber attack? More hands, okay. Oh, okay, we are on the right audience. Oh my gosh, I get a little bit stressed. Okay, right now I will share with you one of my greatest passion. Last year, we met a small group of people. In the morning I started that the difference between the sect and religion is the number of the followers. Yeah, we like this joke. And we created a community. This community, of course, you will understand what we are doing, and it's hilarious, it's fun, useful, and trust me, it's something that I will always choose and again to finish this long day with this amazing gift. So I want to invite on stage Anton Puliski. I call him very, as a close friend, Tony Droni. Usually he is talking about drones. And today, probably one of the biggest challenges is to stop him to not speaking at all and even mention drone. Can you? Take a mic. Can you? Do you think that you can do a presentation without any mention of drone? This is a challenge.
Okay, I will try.
Okay. Also on the stage, I want to invite Rusina Chuleva-Kirkova, who is the president of Isaka Sofia chapter. So come on stage. Again, we are this, let's say, perspective of gender balance. It's not something that we search, it just happened. In Bulgaria, we have a lot of capable females. So, Rusina, amazing to see you. Okay, we thought in this session to make, I don't know, games, things, but this is the only panel that actually keep those people away from the networking, wine, and good meeting. So
that's why we have to be short.
Yes.
Yeah,
what else?
not so descriptive, without questions and so on. I'll cope with that.
Okay, so the idea is, and I want from you, of course, to share with us what are you doing. I'm sorry, Tony Droni.
Yeah.
I will start to, what?
Yeah.
I don't read the script. It's too late. It's gone, the script.
Yeah,
with the technical support, they gone away, going on vacation already. Come on. So I want to start with the lady. Actually, I was quite amused to understand what Isaka is. Being part of the innovative ecosystem and being, of course, in technical companies, usually when we are making, let's say, recruitment, and each of the cyber expert coming with a different, I don't know, certificates, etc. Then I ask how many, actually I asked him, how many certificates can have for cybersecurity? And he said that after, I don't know, 10,000, stop to counting them. So, yeah. And I said, but no, this is not enough. We need to know how to choose and how to understand, and if we need some education, how to approve. And also, Rusina, not only a presentation, but challenge to you, those people that doesn't know that spam also is a cyber threat, please share with them what other cyber threat there is. Very common, but people do not even suspect they are part of it.
Hello to everybody. My name is Rusina, and I'm part of Isaka Global Network. What is Isaka? Isaka actually is a global network. Do I have a presentation on my? Okay. Which have more than 170,000 members. And those members actually are, yes, that's it. are characterized by I will skip some of the slides. So that's the ISACA community, global community. This is the number of the members that are globally recognized ISACA as the organization. And you can see how they are diverse all over the world. But what is most important is that we have a connectivity in between us. What does it mean? Actually, that means that we have a connection and we can participate to our networks, to our events, and we can learn from each other and we can share different points because the members are from different hierarchy stage, and also we can have a good ideas. We can choose because the different point of view are there, so we can choose the better ideas and the better solutions. If I speak in ISACA in numbers, this is what is in a global stage actually what it is. There is more than 170,000 members. We also have 200, you can see, 25 chapters. In those chapters, there is global chapter leaders, which is 2,800 chapter leaders. And what about the certificate? What is the most important point here? This is the certificates that is issued by the ISACA. ISACA, actually CISA, what is here, is the Certified Information System Audit. What does it mean? This is actually the global standard of information security, information audit, auditors, certified information auditors. This is actually the first certificate, and this is what is well known and what is actually well recognized all over the world. So I just make some statistics, and you can see what will be the average world salaries. This is the statistic in 2002. What will be, if you have possessed this CISA certificate, this is the average income of the owner of this, actually our members. But because there is some ideas about the security, and security is actually in the last year is the hot topic. You can see if you are a person who is possessing CISM, a CISM is Certified Information System Manager. You can see, you will see maybe 30% more because it's actually well recognized. So I will skip all other slides, but what is coming next? This is the new certificates. This is for the people who has no background in IT. And this is also for the people who are in emerging technology. This is quite new certificates. It was 2 certificates, and it's coming from the last 2 years. But as an organization, we are doing our best for our members, and we are doing a Community Day. This is for a volunteer work, for doing something better to the world, giving something better to the world. And for next month, we have a conference. It's named ISACA Day. And of course, there is a worldwide digital trust conference, which will be in Dublin. So this is in short what is ISACA and what we are doing and what you can expect till the end of the year as the biggest events that we are planning to have.
Can I add one more? I think that probably Anton will. We're expecting to see ISACA also on the Cyber Christmas party, right?
Of course, they are a partner.
When?
The 5th
I need
of
a drink, come on.
December. The 5th of December.
Okay.
I will tell it in my presentation. It's part of my...
This is the segregation
Yeah,
of duties,
so-
actually.
Yeah, because I am the only man here.
I'm quite impressed of those multidisciplinary approach that you mentioned. Actually, usually even the people that know ISACA because they are interesting of the ecosystem and how to achieve a better understanding and knowledge expertise. It is great that right now you're providing such a courses. For sure, we will make much more workshops next time dedicated. Try on, because I believe that people, when they try something, they decide to use it. So I'm sure this is the quality product will be reviewed. And now, okay, it's your turn.
It's my turn. Oh.
Yeah, you didn't stop to speaking. Come on. So make elevator pitch now. Yeah. Actually, Anton, because I know that people know that you are talking a lot, but very few of them know that actually you are a brilliant white hacker also.
Okay.
And is it true? Is it true
I'm brilliant
that
white
the
hacker.
morning, just second, I'm the moderator. Is it true that in the morning after you wash your face and your hand, you check your email and then the email of everybody else? Is it true?
Yeah,
Is it usual?
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Go.
It's true. Okay. I realize that I'm the only reason you're far away from the food, from the networking, and from the violins on that stage. That's why I'll be very short. I'm here to present our view of cybersecurity when we're speaking about ecosystems, about connection with cybersecurity and emerging technologies. So I will speak about something that was mentioned by Christina. This is CyberCoop. CyberCoop is Bulgarian, but not only in our country community. And I will tell you, for the first time on that stage, I'm very happy that the most important partner are on the stage with me. About our initiative, the newest project. So, a few words about me. I'm Anton Puliski, to those who don't know me yet. I like playing with high-tech toys, and I'm in cybersecurity domain for a long time. I'm here to show you our new, not so new, but I'm not quite sure how to change the slide. No, Control and L for full screen.
Why you didn't shout all day? This is a very good...
I'm not quite sure how... Okay.
Okay.
Can you imagine? Yeah. Yeah, perfect, stop. Okay. When you're speaking about the CyberCoop, in short, it's a highly conductive communication environment. When you're speaking about cybersecurity, and we are speaking about cybersecurity not only from point of view of information security, we are speaking about cybersecurity connected as a related aspect with drones, AI, robots, virtual reality, augmented reality, quantum computing, and so on. We decided to make such kind of community because we need it. We need it, maybe it's good. I really don't know what's happening. I don't have a control right now. Okay. Yeah, perfect. It's the right. I want to ask you why we created such kind of community. Because we need it. We needed a place where we can imagine together, when we can make such kind of projects that are so-called multidisciplinary. When we're speaking about cybersecurity, we don't want to speak only about cybersecurity. We want to speak about technologies that are changing our reality. And when we change it and we started to use it, we have to understand that there is something behind behind the corner, and it's a cybersecurity aspect. And when we use a drone, when we are using different form of artificial intelligence and so on, we have to know that there is safety and security, not only ethical aspects. And when we use such kind of technology, we have to know that this is a risk, and such kind of risk have to be managed. That's why we started a community where all kind of experts can imagine together, to be among like-minded, and to know that they will be supported, to know that they can start new projects that are connected with our so-called new reality, but in a more secure way. So I want. Can you change the fourth slide? Can you? Thank you. That's why we decided to have 3 strategic directions, so-called research lines. First of them is cybersecurity in emerging technologies. This is this was mentioned yet, cybersecurity in different technology domains. The second one is cybersecurity by design, because when you started to think about the new project, you have to think about cybersecurity as a related aspect, not to think about cybersecurity when you start to sell it. And the third one is the most important. I'm not quite sure that you can read it, but it's cyber culture, because in our opinion, this is the only way for more cyber resilience, a cyber secure future for all of us. Can you help me with changing the slide? Thank you. So CyberCube was born in Bulgaria, but it's international, because soon after it was born, was supported by Switzerland, UK, now Netherlands is in our family. Can you change the next slide? Thank you. It's usual slide with different kind of partners. You can see all of them. You can trust me. There are many more, because we have more than 90 organizations, 12 of the biggest universities in Bulgaria, the biggest employer organization in Bulgaria, lots of universities abroad, and so on. And can you change the other slide? Okay, it's the interesting part. It's our newest project. Our newest project was to start a platform for sharing information. It's called CyberCube Academy, and we want to make a platform that not only for cyber experts that want to know more about their domain and to develop more expertise in different domains, but for ordinary people that really want to understand what to do to be more cyber secured and to have high cyber culture, if I can say it that way. That's our new initiative. I'm happy both of ladies on the stage are among the main partner in our platform. If you want to know more about our initiative and our upcoming events, you can scan LinkedIn QR code, but I'm not quite sure it's scannable from so long. So you can find me after my presentation to show you. Can you change the slide,
or
please?
Just write down Cyber Club, right?
So thank you for attention. I will, the last one, thank you. So I really want to invite you for something that you already know because of Christina. We have a Cyber Christmas event on the 5th of December, of course with partners, our partners from Untitled Chapter, with Cybersecurity Talks Bulgaria, Hacker.BG, the Black Hat community in Bulgaria, white hat and black hat on one place. Of course, there will be a very interesting networking part, but maybe it's interesting for you to know that there is 2 discussion panels that are focused on career paths and different kind of technical and non-technical aspects for career paths. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for our great presenters. The plan was to have a lot of questions and discussion, but I think on December and networking, you will get these amazing people. Trust me, they are not only experienced, but also very funny and good company. So thank you again. Now, at the end of day first, I want to share several news with you. News number one. Tomorrow morning, we'll have the new Euro Commissioner Iliana Ivanova on the stage here on 9:30, which is amazing because it's great, always great, when the initiative is recognized in such level. Actually, this is the first Bulgarian stage that she will step in, so great and amazing. We'll have the Minister of Education, Mr. Tsokov. We'll have the Deputy Minister of E-Government, Deputy Minister of Innovation and Growth, and not last, let's say the first, and it will be great honor for us also to welcome on this stage our Prime Minister, Academician Nikolay. All this will happen tomorrow 9:30. Because of security, I will ask you to be patient. Today I see that you're all very patient, but tomorrow again to be patient and to follow the instruction of the security, and I promise you it will be great. Second news, I don't see Kao Yan, but just in 30 minutes, until we are taking a glass of wine, we have enough time to take the glass of wine, here on this stage will happen something very, very cool. Networking, cool, but let's Kao Yan to represent because probably you all tired of me. With this, I want to wish you a very successful network. In our network, we call it Happy Hunting. So, yeah, please take advantage on this. So, Kao Yan.
Thank you very much. Yes, now we will have you will have a glass of wine outside and a little bit refreshing networking. And after that, or between that, we will make a short sound check and we will have a live concert with some strings, floats and live music for about 20-30 minutes. So this is like also our special gift for the people who still made it till the end. So it's like the party for the marathon viewers. Thank you very much. Outside is a little bit of drinks.